All right, I just want to say good morning to everyone, and let's go ahead and set forth our appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Teddy Parker, Will Kemp, Eric Pepperman, on behalf of the plaintiffs.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Ledoux, Matthew Kaufman, and Eric Friedman on behalf of the real water defendants.
All right. And I guess, anything outside the presence?
Your Honor, we will have something eventually outside the presence. We'd like to get started. The jury's been waiting long enough. There's no reason why we can't do that either before or after the lunch break. Mr. Parker and I have some things to put on the record eventually.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll get to that. You can bring them in.
Yeah, you can be there. Or you get outside of the room, more boring part.
Circa 1985. No question.
All right, for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor. You may be seated.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. And I guess we're going to continue on with our journey. And it's my understanding we're still part of the plaintiff's case in chief. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so the plaintiff will be calling their next witness. And for the record, Mr. Kemp, that will be
Jeffrey Desotell, D-E-S-O-T-E-L-L. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me okay? Is it too much? Okay. Too much, Shane? Lower?
Mr. Kemp, for the record, we can hear you really clear when you're at the lectern.
Okay. Is that a hint, Your Honor?
Remain standing. Raise your right hand and face the jury.
I guess what I'm saying, I don't know if you need a mic or not.
Yeah, I just turned it off, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Jeffrey L. Desotell, D-E-S-O-T-E-L-L.
Thank you.
You may be seated, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Desotell. How are you today?
Morning, how you doing?
Good. Can you tell the jury where you're from?
From Henderson, Nevada,
And where were you from originally?
Detroit, Michigan.
Did you work after law school? I mean, school?
Yes, I did. I went to college and then I went and did a U.S. Army for 21 years.
Okay. And where were you stationed when you were in the military?
Various, stateside, overseas, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, some Southeast Asia operations, but for 21 years I was basically all over the place.
What were your jobs when you were in the military?
Well, the first was airborne infantry, and then I was an instructor, a drill sergeant for 3 years. Went back to Hawaii, served in a regiment over there in Hawaii, and then even served as a recruiter.
Okay. Now, does the military have procedures?
Yes, they do.
And does the military expect you to follow procedures?
To the letter, you must follow.
Okay. And do you have a habit, you personally, do you have a habit of following procedures?
Yes, I do.
Okay. When did you come to Las Vegas?
2011, August,
Okay, and why?
for my wife's family.
How did it come to your attention that there was a potential job opening at Real Water?
Online, I seen it online.
You saw some kind of online ad?
Yes.
And do you remember what position they were hiring for?
Initially, it's just supervisor.
Okay. Did you apply to be a supervisor?
Yes, I did.
And did someone interview you?
Yes.
Who interviewed you?
Blaine
Blaine Jones?
Jones, correct.
Okay. Did you start working at Real Water?
Yes, I did.
And can you remember approximately when?
2017, 2018,
Okay. And how long did you stay there?
approximately 8 months.
And what was your job position?
Basically a floor supervisor.
Did they give you a title?
They gave me a title of director of quality, but that wasn't me. I was a supervisor.
So you were called the director, you had the title of director of quality control, but you really weren't the director of quality control.
No, I was not.
Was there someone else that was the director of quality control?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you didn't have any training on quality control, correct?
No,
And you didn't do anything for quality control?
no, I did not.
Did you approve of the way the Real Water operation was run,
No, I did not.
and why?
Haphazard, no control, no leadership, just in disarray. That's why I only stayed 8 months.
Okay, and, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, if you had to rate good and bad operations, how would you rate that?
0.
Okay. And you have been involved in other manufacturing operations?
Yes, I have.
Where are you currently working?
Working for Graham Packaging as a production supervisor, maintenance supervisor.
And did Real Water have what's referred to as a HACCP, H-A-C-C-P program?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you get any training in Real Water?
No, I did not.
And did they have operating procedures on how to make the water?
Not that I remember. No, I do not.
Now, we've heard about something called a concentrate room. Are you familiar with that area in the plant?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, I really can't tell you because I was not allowed inside the room.
So you were supposed to be the director of quality control, and they didn't even let you go in the concentrate room.
That is correct.
Okay. Who wasn't allowed in that room?
Just Blaine Jones.
Okay. And do you know what they were doing in there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And we've heard a lot of testimony and seen pictures of titanium tubes. Did you see those while you were working?
No, I did not.
Did you even know that they were using titanium tubes as part of this process in that room?
No, I did not.
And did you know that they were using some sort of electricity charging to charge water for 8 hours in that room?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, were you, and again, you were supposedly the director of quality control, were you showing complaints from customers?
No, the only complaint that I seen was a bottle with a piece of material or something inside the bottle. That is it.
Okay, have you worked at other manufacturing facilities where they investigate customer complaints?
Oh, yes.
Can you tell me in general what other people do?
As soon as you receive the complaint, obviously understand the complaint. This is mostly the quality manager does this. Calls back to the customer, finds out the details, in detail, what their complaint is. Then we do a investigation on our side, who, when, where, how that product made it to the customer. Was something wrong with it. It's very in-depth.
Okay, but you, first of all, you didn't do that while you were at Real Water.
No, I did not.
And do you know of anyone else that was doing that?
No.
And did you ever hear that they had a practice of giving people free water if they complained?
I know I've seen it once there. They received, somebody was to the front office, and they would call me to bring up water for them, and that's all I really know about it.
Okay, let me show you just a couple complaints and verify that you didn't see them, okay?
Okay?
Okay,
Your
so-
Honor, can we approach?
Your Honor, I'm just going to make this objection for the record. Mr. Desitel has now testified that he never saw any customer complaints aside from one while at Real Water, and Mr. Kemp is now going to show him complaints that he, quote, should have seen during his time at Real Water. I believe that he doesn't have the basis as a lay witness because it's something that was not, he's essentially being educated on this after the company is closed, after he has left the company. It's not something that would have been in his, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the exact word of art right now. Basically, he wouldn't have known about this at the time.
But shouldn't he have known about customer complaints if he's in charge of quality control?
Well, he's actually just testified he was a line supervisor, not the quality control director, and there was no quality control director at the time, Your Honor.
His title.
That's the way he's testified, that's not necessarily the
Yeah.
truth, but that's the way he's testified.
That's how he's testifying. His title was quality control director. I will concede that, Your Honor. I just want you to know that also that Judge Kishner and Judge Hardy have also restricted this aspect of the direct examination either to stuff that was there when he was there.
You know how I feel about that.
We're just
No,
informing
no,
the court.
I'm just saying, I've never been concerned about what other trial judges do.
I'm just,
I don't mind saying that, I don't. I've never, I will say this for the record, in every case, I've never, ever been concerned about what another trial judge does. Every decision I make is independent of what anybody does. The only concern I have would be a mandate of what our Court of Appeals and or Supreme Court does.
Well,
I just
We
want to be real.
appreciate that, Your Honor. The other judges did ask how you had rolled, and we had
Yeah,
advised them,
that's
so
why.
we're trying to get out of the habit. We understand we're not in front of the other judges.
I understand that, Your Honor. I'm just saying stuff I'm just making my record, that's all.
But my question is this, I mean, there's no issue regarding the accuracy of these complaints, right?
Your Honor, I was going to show you, this is the order. I brought this thing and this was coming up today. This is the order pre-admitting these customer
Right.
complaints.
Your Honor, that's not my issue. My issue is he does not have the basis under the rules to opine on this as a lay witness. He's being educated after the fact. That's all.
Okay, but what's the objection? Because if he's the quality control guy, superintendent, or whatever his title might be.
He's
and-
production line manager.
And production line manager. I mean, heck, they had a receptionist was in charge of quality control.
Your
But
Honor.
wait, let me finish, because I don't cut anybody. Do I ever cut anybody off?
Nope.
No, Your Honor.
No, you don't, Your Honor.
Right, and my point is this, though, if he's in these types of positions and complaints came into Real Water and he didn't see them, is that a problem?
But he's already testified to that, Your Honor. Now they're going to have him testify to things he's never seen. He doesn't have a foundation to provide any answer. This is all speculative testimony.
Specific complaints as opposed to the general question.
Yeah, and you're going to ask him to speculate what he would have done if he'd seen the complaint, and that's speculation.
That's the
He's not in
objection.
charge of shutting down the line. He's in charge of production on the line. The complaints go to Amy Jones, Brent Jones, and Blaine Jones at the front office.
He had a business card saying Director of Quality Control.
That doesn't matter. Everybody had a title. That wasn't part of his job duties. It doesn't matter what his job title was.
But it does matter, guys. I mean, the bottom line is this. This is what we have two individuals that had a title of quality control. We have this gentleman here, and we also have a receptionist. And complaints come in. Maybe they should have, given the complaints to somebody.
Well, they did, Your Honor. They gave them to Brent Jones, Blaine Jones, and Amy Jones.
Right. And he's the line supervisor in charge of production.
Yes, you're in charge of filling bottles of water, not in charge of receiving complaints, handling complaints, talking to people about complaints. Those are well outside of his job duties. Again, the complaints were handled by Amy Jones, Brent Jones, and Blaine Jones.
But here's the point, they have him listed as the head of quality control?
To control the production quality. He's the head of quality control for the production of the water on the line.
Right. And it seems to me that includes water purity, clarity,
It
all
didn't.
those things.
He had certain tests that he was supposed to run as part of his job duties in terms of water quality control, but all the decisions were to be made by the front office.
Your Honor, if that's the case, he can do that on cross. But you pre-admitted these documents, and I have a different recollection of what the other judges did, but I'm not going to mention that. It's different from your recollection. But he said that he had the quality control title. He also said that in his role in prior companies and in this company, he would have expected to receive those. He did not receive them. If he had received them, he would have taken certain action. So he has a right to look at these. The jury has a right to see what should have been done versus what was done.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parker, did you say he expected to receive complaints? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, he would have expected to see it in his position. That's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, I just didn't
No,
hear.
that's all right.
If I remember correct from the last trial, isn't he the individual that worked for a prior water bottling company?
No, Your Honor.
Bush. That's Mr. Bush.
And so, what's the I'm trying to figure out what the basis for the
Large
objection
foundation speculation. He's going to be asked to speculate what he would have done had he seen these complaints that went to the front office.
Well, he's speculating. If he's the guy in terms of quality control, he sees a complaint, he reacts to it. That's not speculating.
If he sees the complaint, but that's not
That's
part of
the
his
point.
job duties.
That he believes
Should
it
have
is.
called him a director of quality
Control.
control.
Right.
I can't change the facts. The facts are they gave everybody a title.
Yeah. That is.
and this or do I respect that, but the facts are if you give someone a title, you have to live with that.
That's right.
Well, I think it's their job duties. I slightly disagree with the court in that if you give somebody job duties, regardless of whatever their title is, they have to meet those job duties. If their job duties don't include receiving and responding to complaints because those are handled by quote-unquote the business owners, I don't think it's fair to then cross-examine him or frankly Ms. Converse about what would you have done, had you been the owner of the business is basically what we're talking about here.
I understand, but here's the do you think maybe there was a systematic problem here?
No, Your Honor, I think the problem is that Brent Jones, Amy Jones live in Texas and are beyond the subpoena power, and they deposed them and they didn't ask them these questions. That's what I think the problem is.
Yeah, but you can't have a fake director of quality control and not suffer
He's not a fake
consequences.
director. He's just supposed to keep quality control of filling the bottles, making sure the workers show up in time, making sure the workers are properly doing their job on the production line, whether they're doing 5-gallon bottles or liter bottles or half-liter bottles.
The card says director of quality control. It doesn't
And
say
then he
bottle
explained
quality.
in his deposition what that meant.
Your Honor, if that's the case, that's good banner for cross, but it doesn't preclude him from being able to address questions that truly go to quality control.
No, these
For
are-
example, if the bottles are bad, if the water is bad, he has the power to stop the line. That's within his
No, he
purview,
didn't.
right?
He had the
That's
power
what
to
he's
stop
gonna
the
say.
line if the bottle caps were wrong, or if there was something wrong with the fill machine. But he was not supposed to stop the line for complaints because he didn't respond to complaints, he didn't see complaints. That type of decision had to go to the managers.
Well, then, if that's the case, it should be very quick questions and answers.
But we can't cross-examine him on what he should have done or would have done if he hasn't done it, so.
But it seems to me, if you're a director of quality control, that's a fairly broad safety title, and that's what you're there for. If they restricted him from performing what an ordinary individual in a role of QC would do, that's a fact.
But they didn't restrict him, Your Honor. They had people who handled complaints who were Brent Jones, Amy Jones, and Blaine Jones. They were in the front office. They handled
didn't
the
do
complaints.
anything about the complaints.
They did do things about the complaints. We'll see some evidence of that later.
They sit on free water. That's what they did.
No, that's not accurate.
Well, anyway, I look at it through this lens. I didn't give him that title. None of the lawyers should have gave him that title.
This is true.
Right? That was given to him by real water. And if they're going to give somebody the title of a quality control individual for the company, and they said, well, we didn't really mean for him to conduct quality control, that's an issue of fact that the jury's going to have to decide based on all the evidence. And if complaints were coming in and they didn't give it to their quality control guy or gal, maybe there's a problem here. I don't know.
I understand what the court's saying. Just factually, we disagree with the fact. The fact is he was quality control of the production line. And there was a person in charge of quality control for the product. That was Amy Jones and Blaine and Brent Jones at that time. And so we have a disagreement on the fact, but I understand what the court is saying.
Neither one of them was ever designated the director of quality control.
Designated when? You didn't do a 30B6 for quality control. You did a 30B6 for how the concentrate was made. It would have been Amy or Brent Jones, frankly.
But then we can call in the defense case in chief. Is it Amy and Brent?
Yeah.
We can call them too. They can testify on that issue.
But it's still, and I agree with the court, we can, but it still doesn't go to the fact that he's going to be asked now to speculate about things that Brent and Amy Jones handled.
She said that at least 5 times.
Yeah,
I have.
But he's not speculating. I mean, for example, and I don't think it's necessarily speculating. If he would have received complaints, he would have done something. To the degree of what he would have done, who knows? And maybe he would have just walked off the job because he felt nothing was being done from a quality control perspective. I mean, I don't know. We will hear his testimony on that issue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Shane, could you put up the 4 customer complaints? Now, Mr. Destel, these are 4 of the customer complaints that are admitted exhibits, 17, 19, 20, and 36. First of all, you never saw those before?
I've never seen these before.
Okay. Shane, can I have the next batch? This is Mrs. Norn's complaint. I think that's 24, Shane. Okay, you never saw that before?
No, I have not.
Okay, and then next one, 32, Mrs. Kessler's complaint. Never saw this before?
No, I have not.
Okay, next one, Exhibit 28, Mr. Fisher's complaint. Okay, never saw that before?
No, I have not.
Okay, and finally, Exhibit 30, Mr. Watkins' wife's email. Never saw that one?
No, I have not.
Okay. And some of these complaints were in the time that you were supposedly the Director of Quality Control 2017-18, correct?
Supposedly, yes.
Okay. Now, given your understanding of good manufacturing practices, what would you have done if you had been given those customer complaints?
Stop production.
And why?
Investigate why. Why are they having those issues? What's going on with it? Who, what, when, where, and why? You have to find out where the problem is, and if you have a good HACCP system, you know where the key points are, the critical control points to manage the system and the operation itself.
So you would have stopped the production?
Stop.
Did you have a conversation with the owners of Real Water in general about whether or not you should stop production?
Yes, I had. I did do it once, yes.
And what did they say?
They said in no way, in no shape or form will you stop production.
And when you stopped it the one time, why?
Because of cleanliness. We have to clean up good GMPs, right? You have to clean up your equipment and sanitize it to make sure it is good to go for production. So I stopped it, and I was told not to stop, continue production.
And who told you that?
Blaine Adams, or Jones, excuse me.
Blaine Jones.
Blaine Jones.
Now, did there come a time that you had some sort of conflict with Blaine Jones or others about following good manufacturing practices?
Well, it was with was with Blaine, and of course, Amy Jones. And, again, I wanted to stop cleaning the equipment, clean the filling machine, because it hasn't been cleaned. And I was told, no, you will continue operations until we tell you.
So when you wanted to stop to clean up, they told you, keep making water.
Keep production.
Okay, so summing up, worst place you've ever worked?
Yes,
Substandard, is that a fair word?
that is a fair word, substandard.
Okay. They didn't, okay. And if you had been told about the complaints, you would have stopped the production?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Mr. Desitel, good morning.
How you doing this morning?
Very quickly, first, thank you for your service. 21 years anywhere is a long time.
Yes, it is.
First, you said you were hired as a floor supervisor, right?
Mhm.
When you were at Real
Is that
Law,
yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
I apologize, Mr. Desitel, I should have corrected, just not to be, but you need to answer audibly
Yes.
for the record.
Enunciation, yes.
What was your understanding of your duties at Real Water?
Floor supervisor, keep production going,
Okay.
and manage the people.
And how many people were you managing at Real Water?
Up to about nine folks,
Okay.
9 employees that I remember.
And during the course of your, how long, you said you were there for 8 months?
Approximately.
And this was 2017 into 2018-ish?
Get- From what I remember, yes.
While you were at Real Water, did you ever train anyone?
Train?
Yeah, did you train any line workers or anything like that?
Train how to operate, yes I did.
Okay. So you trained the line workers while you were at Real Water, correct? So how did you develop the knowledge to train the line workers?
From the experienced individual, one of the workers that were there, they taught me. Because that's how you learn. If
Okay.
you come into a business, you're a supervisor, manager, you gotta learn from somebody. So you go to the individuals that are doing it already, and you get trained by them.
And do you remember who helped train you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Does the name Obed sound familiar?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. So it's fair to say you did get some training while you were at Real Water, correct?
Just how the bottler works, how to box water.
Okay. And was that your job basically there? To how to make the water and how to get it ready
Know
for
how to
shipping?
supervise the
Supervise.
individuals.
Okay. So you're supervising the people
Mhm.
doing the water. So in order to do it, you had to understand how they did their jobs, right?
Understand how the operation unfolds from point B, the flow chart of the operation until finished product is placed on the pallet.
Okay. You were shown very quickly, Mr. Kemp flashed up a couple of customer complaints. Some of them for...
Is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Some of them are from 2013. You weren't at Real Water in 2013, were you?
No, I was not.
You were not at Real Water in 2014, were you?
No, I was not.
You weren't there in 2016.
No, I was not.
And given that you only worked there for about 8 months, you may have been there in 2017 when those complaints came in. Is that fair?
I have no way to know.
Okay.
I-
Fair enough. I'm just trying to establish a timeline here. You did mention in your testimony that you did get one complaint while you were at Real Water, right, sir?
Mhm.
And what'd you do when you got that complaint?
I immediately took that up to Amy and Blaine. Actually, they brought it to me and they wanted to know how could this happen? Because it looked like there was foreign material in there. And I had no idea how it got in there. Because once the bottle gets capped and secured, you're not taking it off unless you break the seal. Okay? Once you break the seal, then it's obvious that it's been opened.
Yeah. I
But
agree.
I had, through looking and seeing through our operation, if anything could get into the bottle, I told them I don't know what it was. I did not know how it got in there.
Did you conduct, so I'm gonna break that down just a little bit. You got a complaint and you conducted an investigation, is that fair? So that's exactly what you told
Is that a
Blaine?
yes?
Yes.
That's exactly what you told plaintiff's counsel you'd do if you got a complaint, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And that, is that a yes, sir?
Yes, sorry.
No
I am so
problem.
sorry.
No problem. You are not the first and you will not be the last person
Yes.
to make do that. You know, you know what? I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Dustin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're released.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, we got any jury questions? That appears. Okay. You're released, sir. Thank
Thank
you.
you, Judge. Had a nice courtroom.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Kent, next witness.
We have, Bree is coming up the elevator now. She's supposedly coming up the elevator now. She's due for the next witness. We can have the court's indulgence for a minute or two.
Yes, we can.
This is going to call Pamela Brown.
Thank you, ma'am.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Pamela Brown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, just before we start, we've got new exhibit 175 that's been stipulated that we move to admit.
No objection.
Shall be admitted, ma'am.
May I approach to give it to the clerk? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Pam. Good morning. Let's introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Tell me about yourself.
Okay, I was born in Nashville, and I went to college in Virginia, and then I moved to Las Vegas in 1968.
And do you mind telling the jury how old you are?
In 1 month, I'll be 80 years old.
And and is your son Hunter here with us?
Yes, he's sitting right over there.
All right. Let's kind of transition to why we're here.
Okay,
When did you first start drinking real water?
2018, May.
And so if we kind of flash forward to November of 2020, during this time period, were you drinking real water?
Yes.
And at what point did you not really start to feel well?
I really wasn't feeling well starting in October, when I noticed a difference in the taste of the water. But then I thought, I really don't feel well. And it was 2 days before my 76th birthday, and I was afraid. And so my oldest son, Tyree, took me to the Quick Care Dignity on West Bonita.
And then were you taken to the St. Rose San Martin campus?
Yes, they were calling an ambulance for me, but the ambulance didn't come. So I just asked if they would please take out the IV and leave the needles in, and my son drove me over there.
And what were some of the symptoms that you were starting to develop?
I felt like I was walking in concrete. I couldn't feel my legs. I was having like triple vision. It was primarily neurological symptoms.
And Shane, if we can pull up Exhibit 175, page 1, please. So this is one of the medical records from St. Rose Dominican Hospital. And do you see there in the history of present illness, it says 75-year-old female transferred from micro hospital because of persistent dizziness. States that you saw 3 fingers when someone was only holding one in front of you. You had to close your eyes to focus. You had intermittent dizziness, lethargic, and you almost felt like you were walking around with concrete around your legs. Is that what you recall?
Yes, that's true.
And Shane, if we can turn to the next page, which is page 2. We have your AST and ALT readings here. They're kind of in the middle of the page towards the bottom. For your ALTs, I have them as 257, and then your ASTs were 890. Do you see that there, Ms. Pam?
Yes.
And after this initial hospital, did you follow up with any doctors?
Yes, when the emergency room was packed, the hospital was packed, he wanted me to see a neurologist, and he actually made the appointment and said, you're gonna go in January. And in the meantime, I followed up with my primary care.
And do you recall if the symptoms that you were experiencing still persisted?
Yes,
And were those the same symptoms of the dizziness and the lethargic?
yes, but it was, sometimes I couldn't feel my legs. I was afraid I was gonna fall. And I was very confused. I just didn't know kind of where I was.
And when did you realize that your symptoms were related to real water?
March 2021. It was in the paper.
And do you recall that Dr. Hudson recommends future medical monitoring?
Yes,
And are you committed to seeking that treatment for yourself?
absolutely.
And one last question, I'm not going to be very long with Ms. Pam. How are you doing today?
I'm grateful to be here and to know all this.
Thank you very much. Those are going to be all the questions I have for you, okay?
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, Mrs. Brown. Just have a few questions. Are you doing okay to continue?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start off by saying I'm really sorry real water made you sick. You talked about your symptoms and what eventually led you to go to the hospital on November 12th of 2020. I appreciate you sharing that with us. And again, I'm sorry. Now, at the hospital, they did some blood work on you,
Yes.
and I believe they told you your liver enzymes were high.
Yes, they did an MRI of the brain, and at the very end of the time that I spent there, he said, there's no room here, and you need to go home until you see the neurologist. And by the way, your liver's enzymes are elevated. I
Okay.
was surprised.
Did they provide any kind of treatment or provide medication?
No,
Okay. And you weren't admitted, you were released that same day?
they didn't have any room in the hospital or the emergency room. I was in a little cubicle with my son. It was kind of like a phone booth.
Okay.
And it was just, it was COVID, and I was older, and they were afraid to keep on.
Best to release you and have you go home and rest
And
there?
wait for the neurology appointment in January.
Okay. Now, I understand you had some follow-up medical visits. Did doctors ever tell you that your liver enzymes were going down?
I think so. My primary care had gone to a different place, and so the person I saw said, I think that they were down a little. I can't remember honestly. I just knew that nobody was really figuring it out.
Okay. You never had to return to the hospital, did you?
2 days after my birthday, my son was going to the hospital, so I then started focusing on him.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess I should have asked a better question. You didn't need to go to the hospital for care.
Once he was so ill, and I was focused totally on him.
Okay. Besides elevated liver enzymes, did you have any other diagnosis?
You know, they didn't discuss anything with me. He just said, I want you to see a neurologist. I thought maybe I was having a stroke, and that's why I went. But he said it's more complicated than that, and I want you to see this neurologist. But the soonest I can get you in is January.
Okay. And so it wasn't anything emergency treatment you needed. You could.
Well,
the doctor said you could wait.
I was not able to to really walk around. I mean, the worst thing when you're older is to fall. So if you're dizzy and your legs feel like they're in concrete, you just lie down in bed.
Yes.
And you don't do anything, because when it was time for my son to go to the hospital, I could not take him, and my husband did.
You were never diagnosed with non-viral hepatitis?
No, but not that I know of, but, you know, they do the test and they don't really talk to you.
Okay. You never were diagnosed with liver fibrosis?
Not that I know of.
And we've received some medical bills, and I have here that your total medical bills are $49,088.48. Does that sound right to you?
Okay, whatever you know.
In your deposition, you were provided with a fact sheet that you signed, and
Right.
do you remember discussing that?
Not really.
Okay. Well, I'll say
Yes,
that.
I mean, it's fine. It's obviously, we have determined the figure, that's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. Well,
That's fine.
then I'll leave it at that,
Okay.
and
Thank
I
you.
think that's all the questions I
All
have,
right,
Miss.
thank you,
Again, sorry.
thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
No further questions from plaintiffs.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
No further questions.
The girl of them, thank you. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, can we proceed?
Yes, you may, Mr. Parker.
Thank you so much. We call Mr. Ponte Henry to stand, Your Honor.
All right.
Raise your right hand and please repeat.
We do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
May you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Ponte Henry, TIQUIONTEHENRY.
Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ponte Henry. How are you doing today, sir? So, Mr. Henry, first let me say that this jury has heard some information about you, okay? We discussed you during the opening, so I'm going to make this as painless as possible for you, okay? All right. Mr. Henry, it's my understanding that you began drinking real water in 2019, and then you stopped in March of 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. It's also my understanding, Mr. Henry, that as a result of drinking real water, eventually you went to UMC in March of 2021. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? All right. While you were there, did you have liver tests? Do you recall that?
I don't really recall, but I think they did. Yes, sir.
Did they figure out what was going on with you at that point?
No, they were really just telling me I was dehydrated and they didn't know what was going on.
Were you drinking even more water, believing that you were dehydrated?
Yes.
All right. It's my understanding that eventually you left UMC and then you returned to Mountain View
Yes, sir.
approximately a few days later. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
March 11th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Were you having the same symptoms?
Yes, sir. Actually, it was a little worse.
Can you describe the symptoms that you were experiencing to the jury, please?
Actually, my legs were swelling up. My eyes were yellow. I was bleeding from the mouth, and I couldn't really sleep. It was horrible.
It's my understanding you were discharged from Mountain View.
Yes.
Eventually you returned back to Mountain View in May. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then again, I believe you returned to Mountain View in June of 2021. Do you recall
Yes,
that?
sir.
Were you still having the same sort of symptoms?
Yes, actually, it just got worse. Because I'm thinking I'm just dehydrated. I just kept drinking water and it just got worse.
Eventually, were you transferred from Mountain View to Keck Hospital at USC, University of Southern California Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And do you know why you were transferred?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury why?
At that time, they told me you have to have a liver transplant. Your liver is basically it's dead. They had me on tubes and stuff, just basically keeping me alive. I made it to California and I
Did they indicate that you had an option? Was there, in terms of a liver transplant? Did they say there was any other way of you staying alive and being healthy without a liver transplant?
Yes, it was either life or death. I had to take it.
And did you consent to having surgery?
Yes, I had to sign a paper just for me to even have the surgery.
Did you have a biopsy? Do you recall that?
I don't really recall, but I think they did for sure.
And I believe the biopsy was taken in June of 2021 while you were at the Keck Hospital at USC. Do you remember that?
I was confused then. I don't really remember a lot.
Yes, sir. Eventually you did have the surgery?
Yes, sir.
And did they remove your liver?
Yes.
And did they install or place within you someone else's liver?
Yes.
All right. Could you show Shane Exhibit 288? Your Honor, I believe this has been stipulated to admission.
What number, Teddy?
288.
Yes, we agree. All right.
You have that, Troy?
Yeah, it's been admitted.
Is this the result of your surgery?
Yes, sir.
And is that the scar that was left as a result of your surgery?
Yeah, I still have it till today.
Now, this is, and I apologize up front, Mr. Henry, I know this is a sensitive topic. Were you informed that because of having liver surgery, that your life expectancy would be short?
Yes, I don't really like talking about that because I'm young, but that's what I was told. Yes, sir.
All right. And have you been told that there are certain diseases that someone who's had a liver transplant may be prone to?
Yes. They told me to stay out the sun. I can get skin disease. I have to wear shades and as such. The sun can whoop my eyes and it's a lot more. I just really don't recall the rest of the things they were telling me.
You recall being told that you're now susceptible to getting diabetes,
Yes, sir.
hypertension,
Yes.
other forms of cancer.
Yes, just like skin cancer and all other ones. I just don't really recall what they were telling me, but skin cancer for sure.
And are you taking anti-rejection drugs like tacrolimus or mycophenolate?
Yes, sir. I take tacrolimus. I take mycophenolate every day. I take tacrolimus twice a day and mycophenolate twice a day, but I take 4 of those.
Yes, sir.
For sure.
And were you
For the
told?
rest of my life. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Were you told why you have to take those drugs?
Because I have a foreign organ in my body that's not mine, so I have to take those pills for them to not reject. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. And again, I apologize up front, Mr. Henry. Were you told that in terms of your life expectancy, that there's a chance within 14 years you may not be here?
Sad to say, but yes.
Now, I want to transition to something that I expect the defense may ask you. Have you been told that you should not drink now that you, any form of alcohol since you had the liver transplant?
Yes, I was told that.
Have you ever made a mistake and actually drank alcohol since then?
Yes, I made a mistake, and I had a drink, but I made an oath to myself and my children that that won't happen again.
And have you lived up to that oath?
Yes, sir.
And at this point, Mr. Henry, are you doing your best simply to take your medicine and actually stay healthy?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Thank you, sir. Cross-examination, Mr. O'Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Henry, good morning. My name is Joel Adu. I'm one of the attorneys for Rural Water. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
Good. Thank you for coming here today. I know it's not easy to testify in front of a judge and a jury. Probably nerve-wracking for you. Doing okay? Okay, I'm not going to keep you very long. Mr. Henry, obviously you had medical bills because of the fact that Rural Water made you sick. Do you know the amount of your medical bills?
I don't know the exact number, but I know they're kind of.
I can help you.
It's kind of.
I show the exact number is $1,092,851.80. Does that number sound right to you?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you understand that That number will be put on Real Water as part of this trial to pay for those medical bills. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
Do you understand that Real Water is responsible to pay that as part of this trial?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And again, I'm sorry that it made you sick. I want to ask you a little bit about your illness. I'm not going to be very long. Prior to going to the hospital, had you experienced a condition for a few months where you had yellow eyes?
Before going, yes, but then I never thought it was anything. I just thought it was just me not being in this. I work in the sun, so I don't know if where it was coming from, to be honest. So yes.
And so that lasted like 5 months?
I'm not sure how long it lasted, but yes, I had yellow eyes.
Okay, and so you just weren't sure what was causing it?
Yes, sir.
And eventually you went to the hospital for the first time. Do you remember about when that was? Was that about May of 2021 or was it before that?
I think it was, no, I think it was, yeah.
About that time? I mean,
No, I
you know,
think
give a
it-
couple of weeks, either way, doesn't matter.
Yeah, for sure. It was about before then. Yeah, I went a few times. I went to the hospital a few times. So.
Yes, you did, and I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Prior to going to the hospital, other than having the yellow eyes, did you have any other physical symptoms that things were bothering you?
Yes, like my legs were swelling. I was a healthy kid. I wasn't too big. I just started gaining lots of weight, and I couldn't even tie my shoe, so I knew something was wrong.
Yeah, as a kid, you had a lot of weight, and you were able to lose it, is that right?
Yeah, I lost it, and I gained it back out of nowhere.
And congratulations on losing the weight. It's hard for all of us, especially as we get older. You were a type 2 diabetic even as a kid, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to lose the weight and get off the diabetes medication?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, good for you. So going back to, prior to going to the hospital, at some point you had tremors and they thought you might have seizures. Do you recall that?
They said it, but it never happened.
When you say it never happened, the shaking happened and
The
they gave you
shaking,
some.
but as far as me having a seizure, it never happened.
Okay, but you had shaking, right?
Yeah.
And they gave you some medication for that?
Yeah.
And then it went away?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
They get us all. I do it myself. And then you went 5 months later. That's when you were very, very sick. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you did the liver transplant. And I don't know if you saw Dr. Hudson. I don't know if he's outside, inside. He's outside. Did you see Dr. Hudson today?
I don't recall seeing it.
Okay, Dr. Hudson is an expert. He's a doctor that's going to be testifying about your injuries. He was outside. Did you happen to see him today?
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
No worries. Dr. Hudson will testify shortly about you being a good steward of your liver. In other words, taking care of your health,
Yes.
making sure that you're taking the anti-rejection medication, making sure that you're never going to drink alcohol again. Those are the types of things he says is somebody who is a good steward of their liver. Are you going to be that good steward of your new liver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Henry, thank you so much for your time today. I very much appreciate you coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No
Any
further
redirect?
direct, Your Honor.
Okay. No. You may step down, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Right. One more witness, or what do you
Your
think?
Honor,
Mr. Henry?
I'm prepared to start with Dr. Hudson, depending on what the court would like to do and the jury would like to do. I know we're getting close to lunchtime, but I can
Can
start.
we approach? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Parker.
And no worries.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know what's going to happen, we're going to call in the doctor, and he's going to testify briefly regarding his qualifications. Then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll bring him back. Is that correct, Mr. Parker?
That is correct, Your Honor. And Your Honor, my thought is if we can get 15 minutes in, if that's okay with the jury, we could break at 12:15.
That's fine. Whatever that's,
Thank you.
you know, I always follow the lead of the jury. And who's the next witness, Mr. Parker?
It is Dr. Hudson, Your Honor. He's our hepatologist.
Remain standing, raise your right hand, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
William R. Hudson, Hutson.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Hudson. How are
Good
you?
morning, Mr. Parker.
So, Dr. Hudson, what we've done, I've made a promise to the jury, and I've got the judge looking over my shoulder as well. We're going to do just your qualifications right now, and then after lunch we'll get into your testimony.
Okay.
All right? So, Dr. Hudson, could you please inform this jury of what a hepatologist is?
Hepatologist is a medical doctor who specializes in the study and treatment of liver and liver diseases.
In addition to being a hepatologist, you're also a gastroenterologist, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what does a gastroenterologist do?
Gastroenterologist is a specialist in diseases of the GI tract, the gastrointestinal tract.
And how did you become a physician?
Well, started with college, 4 years in college, then 4 years in medical school, and then I specialized in internal medicine for 3 years, and then 3 more years in the specialty of gastrointestinal and liver disease.
And it's my understanding you have I believe, a degree in chemistry.
I do.
And that predated your degree in medicine.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to having these degrees and becoming a physician, have you spoken or taught at any universities or before any groups?
I have. I basically been in academic medicine my entire career, 36 years. So medical students, residents, nurses, physical therapists, the whole gamut of people that populate a medical center. So education's sort of been my big thing, research, education, but clinical care has probably been my strong point.
Yes, sir. And where have you been licensed?
I have been licensed in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Utah, Nevada, Maryland, and Florida.
And are you board certified, sir?
Yes, sir, in three different specialties.
And can you tell us again what those specialties are that you're board certified in?
Internal medicine, board certified, and gastroenterology, board certified, and then transplant hepatology, board certified.
This case, in terms of what we're going to get to after lunch, do they all involve your discipline?
Yes, sir, they do.
And is that a specialty? Hepatology, gastroenterology, are those specialties?
They are.
Now, in terms of your academic appointments, where have you taught?
I have taught at University of Utah, University of Pittsburgh, University of Maryland, West Virginia University.
And in terms of Utah, were you in Salt Lake City?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are you familiar with the Primary Children's Hospital where the 5 children were taken from Las Vegas?
I sure am. I know those guys.
And you're familiar with the liver transplant center there?
Yes, sir, I was a major part of that.
And could you describe your participation in that transplant center?
Well, I actually started the liver transplant program at the University of Utah. And the Primary Children's Hospital was part of that program. Their program actually started before I started the program at the University of Utah, but they're connected by a bridge, so we went back and forth all the time.
And have you worked in addition to teaching and being involved with the Primary Children's Hospital, have you worked as a member of a staff of a hospital?
I have.
And what hospitals have you been employed with?
University of Utah Hospital, University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, University of Maryland Hospital, West Virginia University Hospital.
Yes, sir. How many years overall do you have in the field of hepatology?
That would be 35 years. 35 years.
Do you have any professional memberships, society memberships?
I do.
And what would those be?
American Gastroenterological Association would be one, called the AGA. The AASLD, which is the American Association for the Study of Liver Disease, and then EASL, EASL, European Association for the Study of Liver.
Yes. Any awards or honors that you can recall that would be particular to this case?
I have achieved what's called fellowship status in 2 of those organizations, which means you're basically in the top 10% of participants in those organizations. And that's, you know, based on your clinical care, your research, your teaching, all that goes into it.
And Dr. Hudson, it's my understanding you've received top doctor awards for many years.
I have.
And I know you're a humble person, but looking at your resume, I see at least 3 or 4 America's Best Doctors Awards.
That is correct.
And has that been in gastroenterology as well as hepatology?
It has been in both disciplines, yes, sir.
Have you been involved in any conferences, any form of what I would consider medical seminars related to hepatology or gastroenterology?
I have. I attend several conferences during the year. All those organizations I mentioned to you guys a few minutes ago, they all have a major meeting every year. So I go to those major meetings every year. They last 3 to 5 days. And it's pretty intense. You know, I spend 8 to 10 hours in those conferences. It's all about learning, right? You want to learn and be the best you can be.
And in terms of research, have you been involved at all in research related to hepatology or gastroenterology?
I have. I have a number of publications over the years related to those disciplines.
And how about grants? Have you received grants in relationship to research activities?
I have multiple grants over the years.
And have you done those things for the betterment of the medical societies that you belong to?
I have. And for the patients. You know, the patients that are affected by various diseases of the GI tract or the liver.
Yes, sir. Have you written any any articles that are within peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, sir. Multiple.
And would those also be related to gastroenterology or hepatology?
Yes, sir.
Based upon my review of your resume, you've done somewhere around 50 plus articles, is that correct?
I think it's 60 some, but yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. And explain to the jury what a peer-reviewed article means.
Peer-reviewed article means that when you send, let's say I do research and I write a paper and I send it into the journal, then that journal is looked at by a number of experts that are on the board of that journal. And usually there's a couple dozen experts or more that each journal uses. And so my article would be assigned to at least 2 of those reviewers. So that's called peer review. So the people in the field, and they're usually top people in the field that review those articles, get a real stringent review to make sure the stuff that you're writing is well done.
Yes, sir. Is it a form of validation of the worth of the articles?
It is, for sure.
Have you also been involved in writing any chapters or contained with any books dealing with your medical profession?
Yes, sir, I have.
And it's also my understanding you've done editorials.
I have.
Doctor, it's my understanding additionally that you've received you've done major speeches for national and international medical conferences and seminars.
Yes, sir, I have.
In terms of this case, Dr. Hudson, do you believe that your experience allows you to give opinions on the medical care and treatment received by all 15 plaintiffs that are a part of this case?
I do. I feel I have the expertise to do so.
And Dr. Hudson, have you in fact reviewed all of the medical records related to all 15 of these plaintiffs as a part of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, sir, I have. My eyes can tell you.
Understood.
It's a lot of paper.
And have you in fact written 2 reports related to this case?
Yes, sir.
And additionally, have you reviewed the MMWR report?
Yes, sir, I have.
and the Loma Linda report, which Mr. Kemp always refers to as the Burke paper.
Yes, sir.
And have you also determined, generally from your review of those documents, what toxin was within the real water product that caused their injuries?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I think I'm 2 minutes ahead of time. And I think we're prepared to stop now, and then we continue with his opinions when we return.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Remember, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any persons connected with this case. And remember also the prohibition regarding newspaper, television, radio, social media. And last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And I'm thinking maybe about 120, 125 revenue. All right?
All rise for the jury.
All right, counsel, is there anything else we need to address outside the presence?
We need to put an agreement on the record. We can do that now or when we come back, whatever's easiest for the court.
So we just do it now.
Is that fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
Dr. Hudson can step down if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you can step down, doctor. Thank you.
Your Honor, in an effort to streamline the case, there's been a number of agreements reached between Real Water and the plaintiffs. Among those is we've come to an agreement that's going to be reduced to a stipulation as to future medical monitoring for each of the plaintiffs, an amount of $50,000, and psychological monitoring counseling for each of the plaintiffs, an amount of $95,000, and an agreement as to Mr. Henry's future life care plan in the amount of $900,000. In addition, we've come to an agreement as to the lack of need for Dr. Bailey and Dr. Help me out.
Sands.
Thank you. It's been a long morning already. Dr. Bailey and Dr. Sands will not need to testify. In addition, the parties have reached an agreement as to streamline the case, that we're not going to go into certain things about Mr. Henry with Dr. Hudson or Mr. Henry. And this is without waiver to any appellate rights that Real Water may have as to motions eliminating number 1, 10, and 25 that this court has ruled on. It's my understanding plaintiffs are willing to stipulate that this is without waiver to any appellate rights that Real Water may have as to those.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, and I guess so stipulated amongst counsel, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is correct, Your Honor.
What impact does that have on the length of the trial?
It's going to cut down the trial. We're hoping that plaintiffs will be able to finish on Friday. We will then probably play some video if we can't get 5 witnesses lined up, and then hopefully conclude on Monday.
Yeah, Judge, I'm thinking we might actually be done on Thursday. I'm just going through the list, so.
Thursday when?
End of day Thursday.
You mean this week?
Yeah. With our case in chief.
Okay, I understand. We're ready to go. I
I
understand.
get excited.
And that's just a matter of us, one of our witnesses, Dr. Alcina, is in Florida, so we may not be able to get him here that quick.
I understand, and gentlemen, you have to understand this. I truly respect and appreciate the professionalism and also the efficiency. And that's so often overlooked when it comes to trials, efficiency. I mean, I can remember, I've had cases where we had 7 hours of cross-examination. I still don't know what the point was. I'm serious, I do. It's up on appeal now, but I don't, and it really takes away from, in my opinion, the trial in this regard, because, you know, you look at our society, and we've really evolved from like 1920s and 30s, and even before that, we were a storytelling type society. Now we get everything on Instagram, you know, and the expectations of the general public, when they get a 60-second Twitter, whatever, is that, hey, you get right to the point. And they understand that. I think you lose them when you go on and on and on, that they forget what is the point. You know, and I feel strongly about that.
And just to further preview it, what we are hoping, and again, I'm trying to accommodate the legal listener who asks, who wants to meet people by video or whatever, I don't care. But what we're trying to do is trying to close the testimony by Monday at noon, hopefully. And that way plaintiffs could start their opening, especially their closing on Monday afternoon. And what I'm concerned about is you've got Nevada Day coming up at the end of the week, and then we have one juror who's going to have the oral surgery on the 24th.
Right.
So, you know, I'd like to just get the deliberations going as soon as we can.
I understand. And you're on path, from what I can tell.
We're gonna try, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Well, everyone enjoy your lunch.
Just to clarify, we're gonna be dark on the 24th, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. The 20, what day is it? 20.
Well, Nevada Day is the 25th, but if the juror has, surgery on the 24th, we're gonna be dark that day, because the jury, we need the whole jury.
I would just suggest we try to get an update from the juror on what's going on with the 24th.
We can, because I'm a little cloudy on that, as far as, but I thought he was something, because didn't I ask him about that? Just
Gum transplant?
He said he had to have oral surgery, but I don't remember, they remember something like that, I don't remember that. All I just remember.
That's because I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I just remember us telling him he would be at the deployment on the 24th.
Right,
So-
I agree with you, that's what I read.
Yeah, Judge,
So we'll find out when he comes back, if you prompt me, if I forget, what
yeah,
happened.
I don't know if we need to do it today, but.
Okay. Off the record.
Department 16 is back in session. You may be seated.
All right. On the record, good afternoon to everyone, and let's go ahead and set forth our appearances.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Eric Pepperman, Will Kemp, Teddy Parker, Brianna Switzler, and Jessica Cochran for plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Adu, Matthew Kaufman, and Eric Freeman on behalf of the Real Water Defendants.
All right, counsel, I just have one question before we start. Where are we on jury instructions?
I suspect we'll be talking about those tomorrow, Your Honor. In all candor, the jury instructions should be very similar to the prior case. We probably have 3 new instructions maybe to go over. So I don't expect that there will be a lot of controversy. We will need to argue the punitive damages instruction, but I think jury instructions will go pretty quick.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. I have a draft going. We were discussing the stipulations that were put on the record today, which obviously will have to be incorporated into the jury instructions, but Mr. Adu and I can get those exchanged tomorrow when we have the off day, and I agree it shouldn't take very long to resolve any disputes.
And I kind of get that, and what we want to make sure that if there's instructions that are being proffered and rejected, we want to make sure there's the appropriate record made, right? We have to follow protocol. And I realize we can't just cookie cut everything. Every case is different. And for example, Ms. O'Doul might have some jury instructions in addition to those that were utilized at the last trial. And if you do, I should take a look at them. Then I make a decision. That's kind of how that works.
There's about 3 of them, Your Honor.
Yeah, I understand. So that won't take very long at all.
We also have a draft of the verdict form going similar to what we've used in the past 3 trials, so I don't anticipate that one being an issue, but we'll get a proposed verdict form over to Mr. Adu tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and because we've been so efficient, so I don't want to stop us from our efficiency. I know Mr. Parker has his witness, he wants to get back on the stand.
He's only got 58 minutes left.
Yeah, I'll go there. I'll go there.
48?
No, you were at 58.
Remember, you have to follow Mr. Kemp. I mean, he says
No,
revenue.
I'm trying, you know.
You
He's
know,
got me for 4
the
hours.
thing about it is, it's so true though.
I agree, Your Honor.
I mean, I remember, I still had that one case, I had 7 hours of cross-examination and they lost. You know, and after you get to a certain point, I feel very strongly about this, the jury forgets what the point of the examination will be if you just keep going and going and going. I feel some lawyers feel like they're conducting discovery. That's kind of what it is. And I know Mr. Kemp will appreciate this. I remember I did a redirect of my client. One question and step down. I mean, that's, you know, and I think that's often overlooked. But anyway, everybody has different styles and way they do things, and there can be more than one way to be efficient and successful.
And Your Honor, before the jury comes in, we have just a few stipulated exhibits. If we can move those in, I think it'll move quicker after this witness.
I understand, sir.
The first one is the new exhibit 156, 0001 through 2. Those are Hunter Brown medical records. The second is the new 187, 0002. It's a single photo of Carla Moreno. The third is the new 191, 0001 through 21. Those are medical records for Carla Moreno and Adir Itta. And then the fourth one is the new 368, 0001 through 8, and those are select medical records of Daniel Taylor.
We agree.
All right, shall be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we bring in the jury?
No, I didn't see him. I was saying.
You need to see him?
Hey, Tori, can you check, you got 286?
I won't, you're gonna fight me?
156,
Oh, wait, this is-
187, 191, and
Here,
368.
this is mine.
Okay.
Which one is it? Can you copy me 286? Oh, he's got it.
So based upon where we're at, what do you think will end up as far as next week's concerned?
Judge, I'm hoping to get the claims case done by Thursday, end of the day Thursday.
All right, I'm gonna give the jury some hope. I'm not gonna give them a date certain. I'm gonna say, there's no question we'll be done next week.
Right.
Yeah, that's the best way to say it.
Hey,
All right.
George, have you reviewed these 286, the subset of parking and stuff?
These I have not seen. Take me a second. Did you need for,
I need to use them for Dr. Hudson.
you want to call them and start and
Yeah.
I'll look at it while you're talking?
Yeah.
Judge, the only concern I would have is in the last trial, we had 8 plaintiffs. It took the jury about a day and a half to do the compensatory for each one. So that is the only concern I would have.
I'm not gonna say anything.
Okay. And that's why I get these.
I'm gonna tell them we've been very efficient. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, Your Honor, it might be fair to tell them we've done the testimony, but we'll definitely be done with testimony by next week, I think.
I don't wanna promise them anything, but I'm gonna just tell them that when we're in here, we're actually being very efficient and deciding issues that they don't have to. I'll keep it real benign, but I'm gonna give everybody a compliment.
And Your Honor, I have a new exhibit 286, 10001 through 6. These are select records for Quante Henry that we may admit during Dr. Hudson's testimony. I just wanted to provide a copy to Tori if I may approach.
You may.
I think they're looking over them right now.
That's 286. I can actually respond to that right now. The court could take care of it.
Mr. O'Do, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Adu for the Real Water Defendants. Your Honor, these records from Keck, USC, I think we dealt with in pretrial hearings. We would renew that objection. Mr. Henry related in his emergency room visit to the Las Vegas hospital that he believed that he was made sick by real water. That was carried over in the records by Keck, USC, and there's a statement, findings are most likely related to acute liver injury related to real water. It appears on page 5 and on page 1. We note that was a statement by Mr. Henry on his second hospital visit in June. I'm sorry, actually it was probably his 4th or 5th hospital visit. His first couple of hospital visits, he said nothing about real water. And plaintiffs are representing that this is a finding by the doctors of USC, and certainly I will take that up on cross if that is the implication they leave with Dr. Hudson. But we previously discussed this, and we just want to make sure there's no waiver of that objection. All right.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that they stipulated to these records, this is a subset of the records they stipulated to. The pre-admitted, I'm sorry, pre-admitted, yeah.
Same objection, Your Honor.
So when you say pre-admitted, what do you mean by that? Just want to make sure I'm clear.
Your Honor,
I mean, meaning they've been agreed upon and admitted into evidence?
The record that Mr. O'Doo is referring to about the finding from Keck about the liver failure most likely being related to real water, that is a pre-admitted exhibit as part of the jurors' notebooks.
It was part of the juror's notebook, and we objected to it at the time the courts ruled on it. So we're just renewing that objection.
I understand. I just want to make sure it wasn't missing anything.
the only other thing I would point out, Your Honor, just for the record, is 286-005. That's not a decision made by Mr. Henry or a narrative given by Mr. Henry. It was actually a conference held by several hepatologists, and during that conference they determined that real water was the more probable cause of his liver failure.
That is completely made up, Your Honor. There is no evidence that there was a conference that these people at USC came to the conclusion that real water was the cause. It is listed in the emergency room record. Those records were in Las Vegas. Those records went with Mr. Henry to USC. And now Mr. Parker wants to extrapolate from that and say, oh, well, because it appears in the medical record, there was a conference. What witness is going to testify from USC that there was this mystery conference? There is none, because there was no conference, because again, that was the complaint when he showed up at the hospital in June of 2021 before his liver transplant. It's straight out of the Mountain View record.
I'm just going to really break this down for everyone. Is this an issue? I mean, because there's stipulated liability.
Your Honor, it's only an issue in terms of the documents.
But
I don't know why it's such a
what
large conversation about
What
it.
I'm saying is this, if there's a...
Because of the punitive damages claim, Your Honor.
Okay, but punitive damages, conscious disregard, that's a slightly different issue.
It is, Your Honor, and they will misrepresent that this shows that even USC knew, but why didn't Real Water know in June? And Real Water didn't know, and USC didn't know, because this is June of 2021. The water was not tested until October of 2021. They're trying to push back that date.
Your Honor, that's fine. The only thing I would point out for the record, which won't take a second, perhaps Mr. O'Doo didn't see this in the record, but to read it verbatim, it says, preliminary findings conveyed by Dr. Kim on 6/22/21 in a case discussed in liver conference on June 24, 2021 of the Keck physicians indicate that the Real Water says findings are most likely related to acute liver injury related to, in quotation marks, real water. That's not a conversation or even a comment by Mr. Henry. That's the doctor's findings. But I'm ready to go with Dr. Hudson, Your Honor.
Okay. And Mr. Parker is in error. There's a record from Mountain View Hospital where the doctors at Mountain View were provided that information by Mr. Henry's mother, and the doctors at Mountain View Hospital in Las Vegas, before his transfer to Keck, said something along the lines that bears looking into, and they could not verify it one way or the other.
But at the end of the day, the record says what it says, right?
Exactly, Your Honor.
It says what it says.
For some reason, Mr.
Mr. Parker wants to take it further, and that's our objection.
Mr. O'Doo speaking about Mountain View records when the records I'm referring to is USC records.
Right.
But
I mean,
we're ready to go, Your Honor.
Yeah, I mean, medical, I can't remember clawing back basis for diagnosis in a medical record. They're typically there for a reason. And,
That's right, John.
You know, I mean, All right, objection noted, and we'll proceed with the documents and so forth. And, we're not gonna claw back or tailor the medical records. They say what they say.
So is the document admitted?
It's already admitted, period.
I don't have record that it's admitted.
It's just this is a subset of the records that have already been
Okay.
just limited to, I think it's 5.
It's the new 286, which is what I just handed.
Because these are in the jury notebooks, right?
One
One
page.
of the
One
pages.
is-
And we objected at that time.
You ready?
Ready to go, Your Honor.
I'll try to not step on it. Alright, perfect.
It's all good.
They'll be my payment earlier for.
Can't turn that on.
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor.
And thank you, ma'am.
You may be seated.
And do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I know I did. And I just want to tell you a couple of things. I've been working with the lawyers outside your presence, and they've been coming to an agreement as far as documents, witnesses, and those types of things to help shorten the length of the trial and from an efficiency perspective. And I can tell you this, they've been really efficient, and so we're on track. All right?
I'd like to call back to the stand, Dr. Hudson.
Please do, ma'am.
Thank you, Mark.
You may proceed, Mr.
Thank you,
Parker.
thank you, Dr. Hudson, please. Good afternoon, everyone.
And Doctor, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right, now that we've gone through your credentials, Dr. Hudson, let's start off with explaining the liver to us, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I will tell you, do we have the pointer, Shane? Thank you, sir. Hand that to you, Dr. Hudson.
Thank you.
Shane, if you could you put the first slide on the screen? And Your Honor, is it okay if Dr. Hudson leaves the stand?
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, Dr. Hudson, what are we looking at on the stand? I mean, on the monitor here.
The liver inside the abdominal cavity.
All right, and the whole yellow organ is the liver?
This is the whole liver. It's a big organ.
All right. Next slide, please. So that's a better view of the liver?
this is a sort of an up-close view, so it sort of tells you what's surrounding the liver. So liver here, gallbladder here, this is the stomach, pancreas, part of the pancreas here, spleen over here, and these are the vessels that supply the liver.
The red and blue veins and arteries that we see.
Right, artery is red, vein is blue.
And those directly feed the liver?
They do.
And what is the purpose of the liver?
Well, it has 243 different functions, in fact. The main thing that we think about is filtration of the blood. So all of the blood from the bowel, from the small intestine and colon down here, comes up into the liver, and it detoxifies everything. It's because we eat a lot of stuff in our body, or put a lot of things in our body that our bodies don't like. It has to be detoxified first. So we really think one of the main functions of the liver is filtration and detoxification, which is true, but it has 242 other functions besides that: hormones, peptides, proteins, a zillion things.
Can you live without a liver?
No, sir.
Is there any mechanical or artificial liver that can be used instead of liver?
Well, there's one manufactured machine that can sustain a person for a very short period of time, but all that does is detoxify things in the blood. It doesn't take over any of the other 242 functions. So for a short while, yes, that's it.
Okay, and so it's not a permanent fix?
No, it's a few days.
Okay. And if you're in end-stage liver failure, you can live on that artificial liver for a few days, is all?
A few days, yes, sir.
And is that just a temporary holding space until you get a transplanted liver?
Temporary holding space.
Okay. Now, what's acute liver failure?
Well, it's generally when the liver takes a big hit from something. Now, the most common cause of acute liver failure in the United States and Western Europe, Tylenol overdose. Might be intentional, might not be intentional. But either way you look at it, that is the majority of acute liver failure in most Western Europe and the United States.
And is acute liver failure a critical medical condition?
It is. And it usually happens very quickly. It can happen in a matter of a couple of days, or, sometimes with Tylenol overdose, it can take weeks because it may be a cumulative effect of the Tylenol. But it happens relatively quickly. When you say days or weeks, that's fast, right?
And does it typically end up with someone being hospitalized?
Almost always.
Why is that?
Well, when the liver goes into acute liver failure, because the liver has so many functions, a person develops fluid overload, they get swollen, they turn yellow, their blood doesn't clot correctly, they get bruised, they can develop encephalopathy, which is where the brain doesn't work correctly. So all those things are medical emergencies. You have to be in the hospital for it.
Next slide. Now, we've heard, and this jury has heard, about some of the symptoms associated with acute liver failure. Why do these, for example, symptoms occur?
Well, this is all because the liver loses its ability to both function as a filter.
Yes, sir.
Because everything that comes from the gut still has to go through the liver, but the liver can't filter all that stuff out. And it's still not making proteins, it's not making clotting factors, it's not making amino acids, hormones, peptides. All that function fades, and the body can't exist for very long.
Why does it cause a patient to become jaundiced?
What happens is that bile, which is made by the liver, all of us make bile, and it has to be excreted by the cells in the liver. When the cells are damaged, those cells cannot excrete bile into our gut, so it all backs up in the liver, and we turn yellow.
And why do 15% of patients with acute liver failure die?
Because there's not much we can do. So in other words, they may come too late to the hospital. We may not be able to get a liver for them in time. When somebody has to die for somebody else to get a liver, right? So it's not always a liver available. And sometimes a patient is too sick to transplant. In other words, they are so unstable. Blood pressure's low, heart rate's too fast, can't sustain the patient, and they're too sick to transplant, believe it or not.
How do you diagnose someone with acute liver failure?
Well, It's not too hard really. I mean, first of all, the patient comes in symptomatic, which means they have a lot of symptoms. They're weak, they're bloated, they're filled up with fluid. You can look at them, they're yellow. Almost everybody's very yellow, so the second they come in the door, you can see that. And then blood test wise, the ALT and AST are two of the several liver tests we use in testing the livers. Those are usually sky high. Generally they should be somewhere below 60, 40 to 60. It varies from hospital to hospital. These people can come in within the high hundreds or thousands. I've seen an AST and ALT in the 25,000 range. And that's massive, massive damage to the liver cells.
Now, Dr. Hudson, before we left for lunch, I asked you whether or not you reviewed the MMWR report. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you did review that, is
Yes,
that correct? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen this before. We're just going to spend a little bit of time with it. Dr. Hudson, do you recall this graph in the MMWR report?
I do.
All right. Next slide, Shane. So do you recognize the names of these plaintiffs and patients in this case?
I do. I've reviewed all the records of all these fine people that have had liver damage from real water. And it starts out clear back here in 2016 with Trevor Abel, who was only 9 years old at the time. And then you can track it, and you can see each of these blips. So there was a blip, here's a blip. Now there was a blip here too, but no real identified patients at the time that we had. I guarantee you there were patients out there, but they weren't identified with us. And then all these are with the big blip in 2020.
Slide 12, please. Now, this is the actual report, so the ladies and gentlemen can see it, the text, not just the chart. And it says here, November 10th through December 3rd, 5 previously healthy children aged 7 to 5 years in Clark County were hospitalized with lethargy, hypoglycemia, after vomiting for several days. Have you looked at this report, and are you aware of those 5 children?
Yes, sir. I've read that report, and I also have reviewed all the medical records of each one of those 5 children.
And it says here, clinical findings satisfied criteria for acute liver failure, and the children were transferred to a tertiary care children's hospital for potential liver transplantation. Now, is that the primary children's hospital?
Primary children's hospital.
And that's the hospital that you spoke of earlier that you've been involved with?
Yes, sir.
Next slide. It says here, further investigation revealed that all patients and symptomatic household members consumed real alkalized water, brand bottled water, before illness. No other shared exposures were reported. What does a shared exposure mean?
Well, it means people that had something in common. So Dr. Guthrie, who's actually one of my colleagues at the University of Utah, a pediatric hepatologist, he's the one that figured this out with those 5 kids. There was something in common. He didn't know what it was at that time, but he said there's something going on in Las Vegas, and this isn't good. So shared exposure means that when enough investigation went into this, it was like the authorities found out, Southern Illinois Health District and FDA, that all of these kids have been drinking real water.
Is that similar to all the plaintiffs in this case?
Same with all the plaintiffs, yes.
Next slide. It says 18 probable and 4 suspected cases were identified in Nevada and 3 probable cases in California. This report describes the 21 probable cases. When you reviewed this report in the relationship to your investigation of this case, did it point, in your opinion, to one suspect cause for everyone being real water?
Yes, sir, it did.
And you reviewed the medical records of all of the plaintiffs here, correct?
I did.
Next slide, Shane. It says one patient, a woman aged in her 60s with underlying medical conditions, died of HUE. I believe that's hepatitis unknown etiology, correct? Okay. Related complications in November of 2020. So that time period is also within that blip that you were talking about towards the end of the chart?
That is within that blip.
And next slide.
Are you aware, Dr. Hudson, of the FDA test of the concentrate, the rewater concentrate?
I am, I have reviewed that.
And have you reviewed the Eurofins testing of the retail bottles?
I have reviewed that also.
Based upon your review of the FDA testing and Eurofins testing, what were the results in terms of hydrazine?
The hydrazine was found in the concentrate by the FDA, and the hydrazine was found in the retail bottles in all 7 samples.
And is hydrazine a toxic substance?
Yes, hydrazine has been around since the 1960s, and it's a rocket propellant, and it's been used in aerospace industry since the 1960s. And we've known since the 1960s that hydrazine is a hepatic toxin. There were a lot of studies done on rats, monkeys, and there was a case report way back in the 1960s in a human, and it showed the hepatic toxicity of hydrazine.
If we could, Shane, do you have exhibit, I believe this has been stipulated to be admitted, Your Honor, exhibit 99?
What is 99K?
It is the hydrazine toxicity in human.
It's
Okay.
admitted.
It's admitted.
It's admitted.
Thank you.
Do you recall reviewing this article, Dr. Hudson?
Yes, sir. This was one from Finland in 1971.
Yes, sir, that's correct. And in this article, I believe the gentleman was exposed to hydrazine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was the ultimate result of his exposure to hydrazine?
I believe this was the gentleman who died.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And so if we go to the bottom of that first page, there we go, right, that's good. It says here, the paragraph on the left, Dr. Hudson, says the toxic effects of hydrazine appear either after local application or after inhalation or ingestion. In laboratory animals, inhalation of hydrazine causes anorexia, loss of weight, tremor, weaknesses, lung damage, inflammation, and fatty degeneration of the liver. See that?
Yes, sir.
After reading this article, Dr. Hudson, did you recognize any similarities in terms of the symptomology of these plaintiffs to what this gentleman ultimately experienced?
Very similar. Same symptoms.
And then if you could go, Shane, if you could, to the next page. Go down a little bit. A little bit more. Let's stop right there. Thank you. It says this gentleman was, for the past 6 months, had handled hydrazine once a week, according to his wife. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then it says here, the patient died on the 15th day after admission to hospital on the right. You see that?
That's right.
Is hydrazine so toxic that it could ultimately result in a death within that short period of time?
Sure can.
Let me have you take a look at Exhibit 106, please. I believe this has also been stipulated for admission. I'll check it before we make sure.
It's admitted.
Okay, good. Are you familiar with this article, Toxicology Report, Elevated CPK Levels After Hydrazine Inhalation Exposure in the F-16 Aircraft?
I am.
Okay. In this report, do you know what happened here?
Well, this gentleman actually survived. There was a vapor explosion within the hangar, and so a high amount of hydrazine was released within the hangar itself. So he inhaled a lot of hydrazine.
Okay, that's not right there. It says here that this happened in February 2011 while operating an F-16 aircraft inside an underground hangar. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And it says the exposure time was less than 1 minute.
Correct.
Is hydrazine so toxic that just being exposed to it for less than 1 minute can cause symptomology?
Yes, sir, and he did in this person.
Thank you.
Fortunately, he survived. He did okay, but he was very sick initially.
Yes, sir. Now, let's transition to these patients and these plaintiffs. Number 18, Shane.
So these were some of the symptoms that the Southern Nevada Health District, and you can see the date stamp on the bottom. Southern Nevada Health District, the CDC, and the FDA found to be common among those exposed to hydrazine. Is that something you typically see as a hepatologist when someone has suffered from some form of liver toxin?
Yes, sir, that's common to most any kind of liver damage, including abdominal pain. And I would add abdominal pain to that because that's very common in people. So yes, these symptoms represent that.
And were those symptoms similar to all patients and plaintiffs here?
Yes, sir, they were.
If you could go to 20, Shane. Now, we have next 3 slides that capture all of the plaintiffs and patients in this case. And it has a hospitalization, where they went, the times they were there, the AST, ALT. What is the INR?
The INR, it stands for International Normalized Ratio, and what it is, it's a test that tells us how low blood counts.
Okay. And then we have the liver biopsy, whether or not the plaintiff or patient received the biopsy.
Correct.
All right. I asked this once, but I'm going to ask it one more time. For each of the 15 plaintiffs, did you review their medical records along with their billings that you can confirm the information on this chart?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And when you look at these AST, ALT scores, because you were talking about, you know, being below 60 or below 50, we have some of these in the thousands.
That's correct.
For example, starting with Mr. Abley, Trevor, who was 9 at the time. Is that off the charts?
That's off the charts.
And then when you see someone with that type of liver function test results, are you thinking hospitalization? What's coming to mind as a hepatologist?
I'm thinking hospitalization. That person's in trouble.
Do you rarely see someone at 9 with those types of ALT and AST scores?
No, sir.
Doesn't happen often? So that, when you see something like that, it's special.
It's special.
And it requires immediate attention?
Yes, sir, it does. You've got a major damage going on, and you have to find out what's causing it.
Are these life-threatening conditions when you're presented with it as a hepatologist?
They are, and particularly when you look at this column. INR 3.35, INR 5.9. Those really worry me when a patient rolls in with that. I mean, all these bother me. Every one of these bother me. The INR bothers me the most because those are people that could spontaneously bleed into their brain.
Understood. And so as a physician, as a hepatologist and a gastroenterologist, you're now confronted with these scores and trying to determine what's the next thing to do to save these people's lives?
Exactly.
Would you go to the next screen? Would your answers be the same for these 5 plaintiffs as well?
Yes, sir. Look at these numbers. 3,000. This one's not quite as bad, but it's still 10 times normal. These are all really high. And look at these INRs. 6.5, 7.8, 5.3. Good God, it should be 1 or less. The INR is normal at 1 or less.
And I think it's the next slide too. Would your answers be the same here?
Same thing. Look at these numbers, high numbers. INRs all elevated 8, 9.99. Serious damage with real problems that could crop up.
And so looking at Daisy Weed with a 9.99 INR, I mean, that's got to be at a point where a doctor's saying we got to go to ICU.
Absolutely, that's an ICU case.
How about Brandy Wren with 7,200 in AST?
Same thing, INR of 8. I would put her in the ICU. They have to be monitored very closely.
Now, Ms. Rasmussen at the top, she didn't have AST, ALT, or INR scores. Apparently they didn't do liver function tests.
They did not.
But you looked at her medical records as well?
I did.
Did she, as well as the other 14, suffer from injury because of real water?
I believe that she did, even though we don't have numbers. I believe that she still fits in to all the rest of the people sitting back there in the back row.
All right. Now, when we looked at these, there were about 6 people, not about, there were actually 6 people that actually went under a liver biopsy procedure.
They did.
All right. And if you could go to slide 23, Shane. So we talked about biopsy, ladies and gentlemen. this is what it is that correct?
This is what it is.
Can you explain it?
I've done a couple thousand of these, so, and, you know, I've done so many, I can do it blindly. You know, I usually use ultrasound to really sort of make sure you're in the main part of the liver, but the liver's a big, big organ, and you go between one of the ribs here, usually one of the fourth and fifth intercostal space, and you use a special kind of needle here that can clip off a piece of liver tissue, and that's really what it looks like. It looks like a little worm. You don't need a huge piece of tissue, but you know, it's about that long.
And in terms of this, I hate to use the word worm, but that tissue that's in that petri dish, is that what they make those slides from?
It is. It's representative of what's going on in the liver.
All right. And it's my understanding that Monica Noto, Taquante Henry, Mr. Adair Ita, Carla Moreno, Daisy Wee, and Brandy Wren all had biopsies.
They all had liver biopsies.
And Severin Morales, if you remember him, also had a biopsy.
He did.
And then finally, there were 4 biopsies with Loma Linda. You recall that?
That is right.
Of those 4, do you recall that Ms. Weed was one of those?
Mrs. Weed was one of those.
All right. And for each one of those biopsies, they would take that tissue and they would pound it into a slide?
Well,
How do they do
it's a
that?
little more complicated than that. It has to be sectioned and frozen and sliced and then stained and then and looked at under the microscope.
Okay. And with all of these plaintiffs, based upon your review of all their medical records, and Dr. Hudson, did they all suffer, except, of course, we'll go back in terms of Ms. Rasmussen, but for everyone else, they all suffered acute liver injuries,
They did.
all caused by real water?
Correct.
Can you give that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes, sir, I do.
And in terms of Ms. Rasmussen, did she suffer a gastrointestinal injury as a result of consuming real water?
She did.
And you reviewed all of their medical bills as well, is that correct?
I did.
And based upon your review of the medical records, were their medical bills reasonable and necessary and customary based upon the services received?
They were reasonable, necessary, and customary. Yes,
And you also give that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
I do.
Thank you. If you could go to slide 39. Now, I want to ask you, when you reviewed the medical records, did you determine that there were no other causes of this injury?
That's correct. Anytime a patient comes in with a liver injury, it's upon us as a hepatologist to figure out what did it. How did this happen? And there's so many different causes. There's hepatitis A, B, C, D, E. Believe it or not, there's 5 different types of viral hepatitis. And there's others, C and D, HSV. So there's a lot of those. And then there's drug injuries. Tylenol, I mentioned to you guys a few minutes ago that that's the most common drug-induced liver injury in the Western world. And there's a lot of other things that can do it, including antibiotics. I mean, I'm sure everybody in the jury's had an antibiotic at some point, right? Hopefully none of you guys have ever had a bad experience, but I see that all the time. Antibiotics are the leading cause of drug injury, drug-induced liver injury, that is. So you've got to go through, you've got to be a detective. You really got to go in through and go deep. And you have to do a lot of blood tests to look for infections, for viruses, for bacteria, medications, toxins, all those things. And all of these people, you know, they were seen in good facilities, and those things were done.
All right. And Dr. Hudson, did you review Dr. Datnow's report and opinions?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you know Dr. Datnow is a pathologist?
Yes, sir.
He testified yesterday in front of the jury. And do you agree with his opinions in terms of his review of the biopsy slides?
I do.
Do you believe that each one of these plaintiffs, those that actually went biopsy, suffered permanent injuries because of their consumption of real water?
Yes, sir, I believe that they have.
And do you believe, well, we know that Taquante Henry actually had to go through a liver transplant.
Yes, sir.
But based upon your review of the biopsy slides, your review of Dr. Datnow's reports, and your familiarity with hydrazine as a liver toxin, do you believe that all of these plaintiffs have now suffered permanent liver injuries.
Yes, sir, and to qualify what we mean by permanent liver injury, scarring of the liver. Inflammation goes away. You know, those things go away, and those all pretty much resolve. But the scarring is a more permanent injury.
1 second, Dr. Hudson. Perfect. Slide 44 then. So Dr. Hudson, this is Sever Morales' slide, biopsy slide. And this is the theme of of these slides, I believe. Is red good and blue bad?
Yeah, that's pretty a good way to describe it. Red is good, blue is bad. And you know what? When you're looking at a liver biopsy, this is a good one to start out with. What you normally see, you don't see any of this blue normally at all in a normal liver biopsy. If you biopsied me, or probably any one of you guys in the jury, then you're just going to see this. Just ignore the blue. This is what you'll see. Pink, 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 pink. You will see that a little blue around this. This is what's called a central vein. And that's one of the main veins that goes to the liver, that drains the liver actually. So you'll see that, and you'll see that. That's a portal triad right there. Central vein there. That little bit of blue is normal, but all this stuff, none of that stuff should be there.
And is the blue stuff an injury or insult to the liver?
It is. It's a scar.
And it's there permanently?
It's there permanently.
And that type of scarring can affect liver function?
Yes, sir. Particularly this type of scarring, where Dr. Gatno's put on there bridging fibrosis, that is, when you have bridging fibrosis, we basically sort of grade the liver in terms of scarring. 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0 is me, normal. Okay?
Well, we hope you're normal.
I think I'm normal. 4 is cirrhosis of the liver. And I'm sure all you guys have heard of cirrhosis, right? You probably know people that have cirrhosis because it's so common. So 0 to 4. This is a 3. This is a 3. That's as close to cirrhosis as you can get.
In a 22-month-old kid?
In a 22-month-old kid.
45, please, Jane. So this is the Loma Linda report. You recall reviewing that?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to the next slide, Shane. I bring this up because these are the 4 patients that had liver biopsies. Are you familiar with that, Dr.?
Yes.
And I want to bring your attention to the duration of real water consumption. Patient number 1 had real water for just 2 weeks.
Interesting, right? 2 weeks. That speaks to the toxicity of hydrazine.
Is it fair to say that every patient or plaintiff in this case drank real water for longer than 2 weeks?
Yes, sir, they all did.
And if you were to look at slide 47. Do you, reviewing these slides, see what you would consider to be fibrosis?
I do.
And can you point to the jury where the fibrosis is?
I can. So just for you guys to understand, you see a lot of pink up here, right? But see those blue dots? That's inflammation, or that's not scar. That type of blue is inflammation. It's kind of really more black than blue, but that's inflammation. This is the blow up of that, showing these what are called lymphocytes. These little cells here, those are lymphocytes, and you shouldn't have a bunch of lymphocytes in your liver. But then you go over here to this one. Look at all the blue. Look at all the blue. That blue shouldn't be there. You know, it should look like this pink here. So there you have scarring there. This is more inflammation here. Remember, see I'm showing you all the blue dots? A lot of inflammation, a lot of what's called hepatitis, so damage. This is yellow here. That shows that the bile is backing up in the liver. That's a serious liver injury too, when you see the bile back up in the liver like that. And then over here, this one looks really bad. This is lots of blue, and you've got this part of the liver connecting with this part of the liver, and that's called bridging fibrosis. Again, stage 3 out of 4. Next slide.
So this is one of the plaintiffs in this case, Mr. Etok.
Yes.
Do you also see damage to this liver?
You do, and you see that down here. Now this is more minimal damage than what we see in many of the other cases, but still, you're seeing blue. You see some what's called periportal fibrosis right here, and then you see some extensions of that out of there, and some over there.
Next slide, Shane. This is Brandy Wren. Do you see similar scarring?
Again, look at all this blue, 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 lots of blue in that liver.
Next slide, Shane. This is Miss Moreno.
Again, this one, by the way, guys, this is called a trichrome stain, specifically stains scar. That's why we use it. There's H&E and other stains that we use all the time, but this one is the one that really shows scar, and the others don't show scar so well. So that's why we use it, because it highlights where the scarring is. And look at all the scar all over this liver. I mean, the livers can be spotty, you know, it looks pretty good over there, right? But that's a lot of scar.
Next slide. This is Miss Monica Branch-Noto.
And again, scar, look at all this scar. I mean, in this liver, there's as much scar as there is normal living tissue.
And then Miss Wee is next.
Again, Miss Wee, blue, 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 blue. This is all, again, called bridging fibrosis. You guys can sort of see that, right, where it bridges. It looks like little bridges going across from good-looking liver to good-looking liver. There's those blue bridges, stage 3.
And then finally, Mr. DeQuante Henrys.
Yes, now DeQuante, two not different biopsies here, but two different sections of the liver. So this shows, you see it's totally blue, it's called collagen deposition, and it really is collapse of the liver. So what you're seeing here with all this blue, his liver's collapsed. This was the explant, so this was after he had his transplant. This was the liver we took out of him and put on the table and looked under the microscope. So his liver's collapsed here, lots of blue, but then this is an area that's not collapsed, so you can see already cirrhotic. This is a cirrhotic liver, stage 4.
Did Mr. Henry have any choice in the matter?
He had no choice. He had to have a liver transplant or he was going to die.
Now, because of the permanency, go ahead. That's more the same?
Again, that's more of the same. You know, this shows the broad bands and really shows the cirrhosis, the nodules. What we see is, you know, normal liver tissue surrounded by broad bands. Same thing, you know.
Now, in terms of the permanency of the scarring, because you've now been able to determine that in all of these biopsies, are you recommending that all of these plaintiffs be monitored twice a year to check on their liver function?
Yes, sir, I do. And there's a test we have now. I use it all the time, and I've read thousands of them myself. It's called elastography, and it's a non-invasive way of looking for the stiffness of the liver, and therefore stiffness sort of tells us scarring. And because you don't want to have to biopsy everybody twice a year or even once a year. I mean, that's an invasive procedure. I mean, I've done a couple thousand and never had any major complications, but I think maybe I'm lucky. Well, sometimes better be lucky than good, right? So, you know, I'll take either way. But now we can use elastography because it's non-invasive, and we can get a pretty good idea of where people are headed. And I recommend that they have that elastography done at least once a year, and they're followed longitudinally, long-term, because what you're looking for is progression, right? Because the liver doesn't change overnight. It doesn't even change in a couple months, usually, unless you're continuing to insult that liver. So for instance, with real water, continue to drink real water, you will continue to damage the liver and potentially die. Drink alcohol, same thing. Hepatitis C, you know, when hepatitis C was rampant, if hepatitis C wasn't treated, it continues to damage the liver. So you've got to follow people over a long period of time.
And you're suggesting approximately 20 years of following and monitoring?
I do, because we don't know the long-term effects of real water and how long things may persist and how the scarring may progress. So the best way to follow people is long-term and do it regularly.
And then finally, I mean, all of these plaintiffs are sitting here now, and you can't tell how their liver is functioning right now by the look of things.
No, I can't.
So just because they look fine, doesn't mean that they're not having problems with their liver?
That is correct. Over the years, I've seen patients walk into my office that came in because they had a little fatigue, and or maybe another reason, and normal looking, no yellow, they feel normal, they look normal, and you do liver tests normal, but something doesn't mount up, and you work that patient up, turns out they're cirrhotic. So you can be walking around with cirrhosis and not know it.
And that's the reason behind the
That's the
monitoring.
reason that I want people monitored, because we don't know.
And to a reasonable degree of medical probability, is your opinion that all of these patients, all of these plaintiffs have suffered permanent injuries to their liver?
I do.
And turning to Mr. Henry, and Mr. Henry didn't really want to hear this conversation. He doesn't like to think about his own mortality, obviously.
Particularly since he's had a transplant, right?
So, Real Waters expert testified, Dr. Alsina, that the average life expectancy after a liver transplant is 10 to 14 years. Have you heard those numbers before?
I have.
And I believe your opinion was somewhere between 12 and 15.
12 to 15, right.
Which would put him at dying at 38 or 39 years of age if those numbers are correct.
If he falls in the median, correct.
Is it fair to say that half the people after having a liver transplant die within 15 years?
That is correct.
So if he's fortunate enough to stay healthy, you believe he could live longer than 15 years?
Yes, and the reason behind that is because his age, the younger you are, the better chance you have a long-term good outcome from liver transplant, and if you have no other comorbidities. So, Tequante doesn't have any other comorbidities, means other diseases, okay? So, I mean, I've certainly transplanted people with other comorbidities, diabetes, obesity. We consider obesity a comorbidity now. Sometimes mild heart disease, you know, you can transplant somebody with mild heart disease, not serious heart disease. So without comorbidities, people can have a really long-term good result.
So even if, based upon your view of his medical records and your understanding of transplant patients, I think your best number is he may be able to make it to 50.
Yes, sir.
So the best case scenario, he leaves based on the United States vital statistics, he loses somewhere around 16 to 20 years of his life.
That would be right, assuming that the average age of an adult male, well, between white male and black male, it's different, right? It's 70 or 78. Right?
That's right. That's right. Well, he falls into the black male category, which is at 70.
Correct.
And if Dr. Alsina is correct, then he may not make it past 38.
That's right. We certainly hope much better than that, and I think he will. But worst case scenario, that could be it.
And to a reasonable degree of medical probability and or certainty, Dr. Hudson, is it your opinion that Tequante's life expectancy has been cut because of his consumption of real water?
That is correct.
And you believe, based upon the U.S. Department vital statistics, that he will have lost somewhere between 32 years of his life to maybe 18 to 20?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I think I'll pass the witness. Thank you so much, Dr. Hudson.
Thank you, sir. Cross-examination, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Hudson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dr. Hudson, thank you so much for making the journey here to Las Vegas. We were chatting socially this morning, and you live in Florida.
I do, right in the path of the hurricane.
I'm glad that you were able to make it here, and appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
I want to start kind of where Mr. Parker left off. Can you tell the jury what elastography is?
Elastography, it's almost like an ultrasound, but it's not exactly like ultrasound. It bounces waves off the liver, so it's not a test that looks at the liver like an ultrasound does, but it bounces waves off us and measures the stiffness of the liver. And the stiffness of the liver is an indirect measure of scarring. That's how it works.
Is it a reliable test?
It is reliable.
Do you use it in your practice?
All the time.
And how frequently do you use it in your practice?
Oh, I've been doing sometimes 5 to 10 elastographies per week.
Per week?
Per week.
How long has it been around?
Oh, elastography probably 4 to 5 years.
Okay, so it's relatively new?
It's relatively new.
It's cutting edge technology?
It's cutting edge technology.
Is it the best they have? For this
No,
type of-
liver biopsy is still the best.
Okay, but a liver biopsy is painful, right?
It's painful.
Not all
And
of our-
risky.
And risky, right? Any procedure is risky, is that right?
That's correct.
And some of our plaintiffs have had liver biopsies, correct?
They have.
And you wouldn't extrapolate a liver biopsy from one person to the next, would you?
No, sir, you can't do that.
Okay, you treat every patient like a separate person,
I
right?
do.
And you've looked at all the plaintiffs in this matter.
I have.
And you've come to the conclusion that all of the medical treatment that they receive is reasonable and necessary.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Sanchez, could you put up slide 8 that we talked about? Dr. Hudson, I've put up a cheat sheet for you. This is all the medical costs of the first group of plaintiffs. They'll fit on one page. Were you aware that Real Water conceded that all these costs are reasonable and necessary?
I just found that out today.
Okay, so Real Water has already conceded that these are the medical costs for these plaintiffs. Can you show the next page, please, and come back? And you're aware that these are the costs for the other plaintiffs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we go back to the first page? I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to be very brief just to give you a heads up. It looks like I'm going to talk a lot, but I am not. I want to talk a little bit about each of the plaintiffs and just about their future care and as well as their conditions. So these are their past damages, and you have talked about future damages, monetary damages, in terms of the elastography.
Yes, sir.
And the cost for that elastography is about $50,000 per plaintiff, and we've come to an agreement that Real Water is responsible for that. Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to add on to these numbers that $50,000. The jury won't see it. Real Water agrees. So part of this $50,000 is the elastography. They're going to get these treatments how frequently?
Once a year.
Once a year? Okay, so let's start with Mr. Abley. Trevor Abley was 9 years old when he was first injured. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And so it's been about 9, almost 10 years since he was
He
injured.
turned 19 recently.
Yeah. So Mr. Abley, Trevor, was injured in 2016, and it's now 2024. To your knowledge, has he had any elastography done?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you've recommended that to them.
I have.
Have you talked to the family?
No, I have not talked to the family.
Have you talked to any of the families?
Yes, I've spoken to Quante Henry and let's see, Mrs. Wee.
Okay. We'll go through them really quickly one at a time just to make sure that we cover them all. But in terms of Trevor Abley, injured in 2016, he's now playing college level hockey. Were you aware of that?
Correct.
And he's got some scouts looking at him from various schools like Michigan and Harvard and Boston and one other, might have been Brown. My colleague who's the hockey fan is nodding vigorously. So far he's doing well, would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. Ms. Noto, she had about $74,000 in medical costs. You haven't spoken to her?
No, sir.
And are you aware of, strike that, have you spoken to any of their primary care physicians?
I have not.
Okay. Are you aware if she's had any elastography done?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And none of them have, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown, he is, I think, in the courtroom here today. Did you get the chance to meet him?
I did.
Did you get a chance to talk to him?
I did.
Did you talk to him about the future care by any chance?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Ita, I'm sorry, I skipped his mother, Pamela Brown. Did you get to meet her?
I did get to meet her.
Did you get to talk to her?
I did.
How are the Browns doing?
They're going well.
Good. Mr. Henry, did you get a chance to meet him?
Yes.
And how is Mr. Henry doing?
He's doing well, thank goodness.
Thank goodness. One of the things that I think is a term of art that liver transplant professionals use is being a good steward of your new liver. Is that accurate?
It is. We use that term all the time.
And what is a good steward of a new liver?
What a good steward is, you take care of your body and you take care of your liver for the rest of your life. And you don't do things that could injure that liver.
And things like drink alcohol.
Correct. If you drink alcohol more than you should, then you will damage that new liver.
Should they drink any alcohol if you've had a liver transplant?
Well, that's controversial.
Is it?
No, yes, it's controversial. There are different hepatologists that will say, you know, an occasional drink here and there is acceptable. And actually what the literature shows is that's true. People, I actually have a lot of experience in people with alcoholic liver disease who have been transplanted, and even those who have been transplanted as active alcoholics. And those people generally always do well. There's about 25% of people that have had a liver transplant for alcohol liver disease, and for whether either if it's acute alcoholic hepatitis or chronic cirrhosis, that go back and drink some alcohol. And what we found is it does not shorten the life of the patient, does not shorten the life of the liver. However, the difference would be if you were an alcoholic beforehand and you return to everyday drinking, you will damage that liver.
Okay, so all of the plaintiffs have had a type of liver injury.
Yes, sir.
I guess Ms. Brown has had a gastrointestinal injury, but also had some liver injury as well.
Correct.
For the plaintiffs, if you were their primary doctor and primarily in charge of their health care, would you recommend any of them consume any alcohol?
I would not. I tell all my liver patients, either pre-transplant or post-transplant, not to drink alcohol. And in fact, I tell all my patients not to drink alcohol. Because the CDC has put out recent recommendations just last year that have changed a lot from what they used to say from years ago. And basically, any alcohol for anybody is bad. So that means even if you have a normal liver, you really shouldn't drink alcohol.
And I think even the recent literature has said the proverbial glass of red wine is not as healthy as people would think.
That's right. Remember when they used to preach that 1 to 2 glasses of red wine was beneficial for the person? Not true anymore. What the research shows now is that nobody, whether you have a liver transplant or whether you have liver disease or not liver disease, should not be drinking alcohol.
Okay. And so if you were in charge of all of these 15 plaintiffs, you would advise them, look, the literature says don't drink any alcohol.
Yes, sir. That would be my advice to all of them.
Okay. You looked at the liver biopsies of the 6 plaintiffs that had biopsies, and 9 of the plaintiffs didn't have biopsies, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of Mr. Ita, you looked at his medical records. You felt it was reasonable and necessary with $229,000.
Yes, sir.
And Real Water has admitted that. Mr. Link, $182,000. You looked at his records. Did you meet Mr. Link? He's been here as well.
I did not meet Mr. Link.
Okay. What about Mr. Maynard? He's
Yes.
been here. Have you met him?
I did.
Were you aware that he used to be in the UFC?
Yeah, he showed me his scars.
Not his liver scars.
No.
And the medical costs that he incurred were reasonable and necessary.
Reasonable.
Okay. We have on the next page, we have Ms. Moreno. She's going to be testifying, I understand, this afternoon. Did you get a chance to talk to her?
Yes.
And how's she doing?
Good.
Good. Did you meet Mr. Muntz?
No.
What about Mr. Taylor? Did you get to meet him?
No.
Ms. Rasmussen?
Yes.
How's she doing?
She's doing well.
What about Mr. Watkins?
No.
Did you meet him?
No.
Daisy Weed?
Yes, and I had met her before also, before today.
And did you talk to Ms. Weed on the phone before trial?
No, I actually met her.
Oh, in person?
I met her in person before. Yes, sir.
And how's she doing?
She's doing well.
What about Brendy Wren?
Yes, she's doing well.
Okay, so for the plaintiffs that you haven't seen a liver biopsy, you're not saying that those plaintiffs have liver scarring, are you?
Say that again?
So for the plaintiffs that the plaintiffs have had liver biopsies, you can see if they're scarring.
Correct.
For the plaintiffs that haven't had liver biopsies, are you assuming that they're scarring?
Yes, sir, I am, because they all have the same insult. And just because we don't have a liver biopsy to prove that they have it or they don't, because when you look at all these biopsies that have already been done, the vast majority have scarring, almost all do.
But the most ill patients were also the ones that had biopsies, wasn't that true as well?
Well, all of these patients, pretty much all of these patients are quite ill and required hospitalizations.
They are.
So I don't think you can separate that out. I think you can look at them all as one group and say these were all very ill patients that took a big hit from real water and their livers took a big hit. And yes, I'm making a little bit of an assumption, but when you see those liver biopsies, you see how much scarring everybody has, except for one person, then I really believe that the rest of these patients here do have scarring as well.
Okay, and
The
that's,
degree of scarring, I don't know, but I believe they all have scarring.
okay, and as part of that diagnosis, that there's a potential, or you may even say a likelihood of scarring, you believe that they should have this future medical monitoring.
That's right.
And that's the elastography, $50,000 per plaintiff roughly.
Correct.
Okay.
They should be followed, and we should follow them in a longitudinal fashion so that we know if they're getting into trouble.
And can you explain to the jury what a longitudinal fashion is, please?
Longitudinal is you follow people over the long term. So I'm recommending that these people have 20 years of follow-up with elastography. And particularly with elastography, since it's not the gold standard like a liver biopsy, you can't just look at one elastography and decide exactly where somebody is. You'll get a good idea. You know, if they turn up with F3 on an elastography, usually elastography is the best on either end. Like your F0, no scarring, or F3 or 4 is severe scarring. It's quite accurate in those. Not quite as accurate in F1 and F2. So that's why it's so important to follow people longitudinally over the long term.
So you follow them over a period of several years, and you see how their liver is doing.
Yes, sir. Then you know early on if they're getting into trouble and where you need to go with that.
Thank you, Dr. Ellison. That's all I have for you. I appreciate you coming. I know it was a long way, and I know it was a bit of a grueling adventure to get here. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Parker.
I only have one follow-up, Your Honor. I'll be brief. Dr. Hudson, Mr. Abdullah asked you whether you were assuming. I want to make sure we clean up that for the record. Dr. Hudson, based upon, I think, 10 biopsies of people who consume real water, did you make a medical determination that, more probable than not, that each of these plaintiffs have suffered permanent scarring because of their consumption of real water?
I believe assuming was probably the wrong term, because assuming may not take into account my medical education and my medical thoughts about this, having been in liver disease for 36 years. So yes, I believe beyond a reasonable doubt, that these patients have suffered liver damage of a permanent kind of scarring of the liver.
All right, and you offer that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical probability and no certainty?
I do, yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions, Sean.
All right. And the best treatment for them is to have the elastography and be followed over a longitudinal fashion. Correct.
That's correct.
Thank you, doctor.
All right. Okay. Oh, we have a question. Okay, good.
I love questions from the jury.
We might have one more. All right, Doctor, we do have some questions from the jury. And I'll start out with a question from juror number 7, Mr. Carter. Quote, will liver scarring get worse if a patient is taking medication?
It's a good question. And the liver scarring could get worse with certain medications. It would depend on what that is. Most of the time I would say no. because most medications will be safe with the liver, but it's not true with everything. So I always tell my patients that have scarring of the liver that if their doctor, their primary doctor, I'm always the specialist, so if their primary doctor puts them on a new medication, I make them call me. I make them call me so that I can instruct them and say, this won't work, this is not good for your liver. And there's a bunch of cardiovascular medications in particular that I don't like to use with a scarred liver. So, yeah, I need to be aware of that as the hepatologist.
All right. Any follow-up questions?
Your Honor, I do, just very briefly. Earlier, before you testified, Dr. Hudson, Mr. Henry, Taquante Henry, indicated he's taking tacrolimus and mycophenolate.
Yes, sir.
Those are anti-rejection drugs, correct?
Yes, sir.
Will those affect his liver?
No, those are safe.
All right, and how about any other drugs that he may have to take just because of the liver transplant?
Well, in particular, a liver transplant patient, they're more sensitive to drugs than the non-liver transplant patient. So again, I've followed, I don't know how many thousand liver transplant patients now, but again, I make all of them call me if any new medications are started. I want a personal phone call from them.
Even Tylenol?
Well, yeah, I give them limits on that. I tell them no more than 2 grams of Tylenol per day. If they're taking less than 2 grams of Tylenol per day, and for instance, any of you guys in the jury, less than 2 grams of Tylenol a day is safe. Once you go above those 2 grams, you need to start being careful, particularly if you drink alcohol with it. If you drink alcohol regularly and take more than 2 grams of Tylenol a day, you're playing Russian roulette.
Thank you. No further questions related to that question.
Mr. Parker took my question, but I'm going to add a little bit to it. So you said 2 grams, so Tylenol, I guess they come in what, 500 milligrams?
Well, they come in 325s and 500s. So the extra strength is 500, so that would be 4. 4 a day with the extra strength.
Do you recommend that people who've had a liver injury avoid Tylenol completely?
I do not. And even patients with cirrhosis do not have to avoid Tylenol. They can use that for minor aches and pains and things like that. But in particular, they should not exceed 2 grams per day.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
All right. Doctor, we have 2 more questions. The next questions, a series of questions, there's 2 of them, and then we have one after that. Is from juror number 3, and is that Ms. Barrett? Okay, and she has 2 questions for you. 1, can someone have more than 1 liver transplant?
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. And I'd say it was probably more common in the era of when we were doing a lot of hepatitis C transplants, before we had good treatment, and people would get transplanted for hepatitis C, and the hepatitis C would infect their new liver and kill the replacement liver, and they'd have to get another liver transplant. We don't do that nearly as often now because we have great medicine for hepatitis C.
And the next question from her was, if not, why? But I guess you can't.
Did that answer it?
My follow-up question would be, how frequently does a second liver transplant occur now? Is it pretty infrequent?
Infrequent now. In the big hepatitis C days back in the 1990s, before we had any kind of good treatment, it was pretty common to have a second transplant, but we don't see it very often at all now.
Absent hepatitis C, do you see it at all?
We do, because there's injuries that can occur during a liver transplant. One of the most common is what's called an ischemia reperfusion injury, and that can damage the liver. And the other thing that can happen is a hepatic artery thrombosis. That's where the main liver supply of arterialized blood is through the hepatic artery. If the hepatic artery clots off, which only occurs in about 3% of cases, you lose the liver. And so you have to do an immediate retransplant, but that's usually within the first 3 days. That's an intraoperative thing that usually happens.
So those are the basically operative complications that happen?
Both of them are, yes, sir. And that's the bulk of what we see now, sir, is with retransplants, those kind of injuries.
Thank you, Doctor.
Nothing, Mr. Barr?
No, I appreciate the responses to those questions.
Then we have one more question from juror number 11, and that's Mr. Barberich? Barbarick. Thank you, sir. Quote, at what point do you recommend the average person receive an elastography exam?
Average person doesn't need one, okay? So I would only recommend that if that average person has abnormal liver tests, or perhaps they have a chronic history of alcohol use, then I would say elastography would be indicated. But for the average person, you don't need it.
Nothing to thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you, doctor.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. You are released.
Thank you.
All right, can we approach?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have to go to the men's room, ladies' room right now? Okay, we have one.
Did someone shake their head yes in the back?
Yes.
Okay, that's enough for me. I always like to check, just to make sure. And what we'll do, we'll take a hard 15 minutes and then come back. Ladies and gentlemen, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject matter connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio. Remember the social media prohibition. And just as important too, you can see now that if you have questions, you can ask an actual doctor versus going to Google, right? And that's why I made sure you understood that. But last but not least, do not form or express any opinion on any subject matter connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. Let's take a hard 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
All right, I guess we'll be in recess. Tell her if she wants to, we'll come down there. We'll figure it out.
Any comments?
You know, I haven't thought about it. No. The old rule, you're supposed to get in and out.
That's
All rise for the jury. All jurors are present, Your Honor. You may be seated.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, it's my understanding the plaintiff is going to be calling its next witness, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Carlo Moreno.
All right.
Ms. Washington. Remain standing, raise your right hand and face the group.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Carla Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Carla.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Carla, can I have you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Hello, my name is Carla. I was born in Mexico. I grew up in Orange County, California, and I finished growing up here in Las Vegas. I moved here when I was around 16.
Thank you. Now, Carla, for the benefit of the jury, you were in a relationship with Adir Itta during the time period that we're focusing on here, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the
Can
jury.
you speak up a little bit, because you're very soft?
Okay.
Thank you.
And the jury has heard that Adir Itta is no longer with us, that he took his own life. But were you in a relationship with Adir in the late 2020, early 21 time period when you both got sick?
Yes, we met in 2012. We started dating in 2014.
And in the time period when you were sick, were you living together?
We were.
And just so the jury's aware, we're going to have you talk about Adir's illness along with your own, because obviously he is unfortunately no longer with us to talk about it himself.
That's correct.
Are you currently married?
I'm not.
Are you engaged?
I am. Just recently engaged.
And what's your fiance's name?
Amir Siddiq.
And do you and Amir have any children?
Yes, I just had a baby. He's 5 months old right now.
What's his name?
His name is Zaid.
And if you could tell the jury a little more about yourself, what did you do after you graduated from high school?
So I went to the College of Southern Nevada and I got a few degrees in business, psychology, and financial economics. From there, I got my insurance licenses. I got all 4, property, casualty, life and health. And I started working in insurance for life farmers.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about Adir? Where was he born?
Adir was born in Israel and he moved to Las Vegas in his early 20s. He followed his brothers here. His brothers moved here first and then he followed after them.
And what did Adir do for work?
When I met Adir, he had a furniture company, furniture business that we both ended up working in together. And then he went into LED signs and we started doing that as a business as well.
When did you and Adir start drinking real water?
In June of 2020. Well, I had tried real water at an event in, I think, the summer of 2018 or so.
Did you drink both the retail bottles and the 5-gallon home delivery?
Yes, we drank both. We started with the retail bottles and then we went into home delivery.
Let's go back in time to the fall of 2020. Did there come a point when you and Adir started to feel very sick after drinking real water?
Yes, it was around this time in October. It was around mid-October. And I remember one day in particular, we had gone out to eat lunch at an Indian buffet, and when we got home, we just both got really sick, and that was the beginning of it. I thought I had food poisoning, but it was just ongoing for a really long time, so.
So you and Adir were both in and out of the hospital with your illnesses, correct?
Yes, at first I was really sick, and then we kind of switched, and when he was really sick, I guess I was taking care of him, so it's like we were on and off. And even in the hospital, he got out of the hospital and I went into the hospital, and then he came back to the hospital, I got out of the hospital, and then he went back to the hospital, so it was a lot like that.
So we have both your medical records and Adir's medical records as an admitted exhibit 191. And so what I'm going to do to help keep us organized as you tell the jury about this time and what you went through, I made a timeline that we're going to show on the screen based on the medical records, which are exhibit 191, and we're going to kind of walk through this, okay?
Okay.
So October 22nd, 2020 is the first medical record we have, which involves you going to ProCare Medical Group with complaints of dizziness, stomachache, nausea, vomiting, headache, bloating, diarrhea, and fatigue. Can you tell the jury about what led up to this hospital visit?
Yeah, so at this time, I had been sick for about 2 weeks, and I really just thought it was food poisoning and that it would just go away. I couldn't think of what else it could be, since it kind of happened suddenly that we were just super sick. I don't know now if maybe there were things before that we didn't notice, leading up to the point where we got really sick. So I finally went to urgent care, and I didn't go into the hospital at that time. They just told me, they didn't really give me any answers. I don't remember what they told me. But yeah, that was the first visit.
Shane, can you show 191, page 2? Carla, this is a page from the record at ProCare. And one thing that they told you was to drink water, right?
Yeah.
And did you listen to the medical treater's advice?
I did, of course.
Did you drink real water?
Yeah, we were kind of obsessed with the water. We would even cook with it.
It also says on this note that this does not sound like bacterial food poisoning. Do you recall any conversations with them telling you that what you had did not really sound like food poisoning?
Yeah, they told me that it was definitely not food poisoning. I think one person might have said something. I honestly, I can't say exactly. I don't remember what they told me at the urgent care.
So next, did you continue to feel sick after this appointment?
I did.
Was Adir also sick during this time period?
He started getting really sick closer to the end of October.
Okay. Shane, can we go to the next time on the timeline? So then the next hospital visit is October 31st, 2020, and this is Adir. He goes to Southern Hills Hospital with burning stomach pain and vomiting, greater than 10 episodes of vomiting in the past 24 hours. Can you tell the jury what led up to this hospital visit?
So that day, on the 31st, I was not there because our parents had decided that it was better for us to spend some time apart, since it seemed like we both had the same thing, and they figured that we might get better that way. So that day I wasn't with him, but we were both pretty sick, and I don't know how it escalated for him to this point.
Can you tell the jury where you were?
I was at my parents' house because they wanted to take care of me, so that's why I wasn't with him that day.
So you're both sick, and you're staying with your parents who are taking care of you, and Adir's at your shared house with his parents who are taking care of him. Correct?
Exactly.
How did you learn that Adir was going to the hospital on this date?
I don't remember if he told me or his dad told me, but it was either one of them. Because Adir, at that time, he was not really able to hold conversations very well. He was kind of deteriorating pretty quickly. I do know that they made him go back home that day from the ER. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, and they just gave him a bunch of misdiagnoses and sent him home with some prescriptions.
So the very next day, Adir goes back to Southern Hills Hospital, correct?
Correct. So on that day, I did go. I was there. I didn't get there with him, but I was there while he was there. And they were pretty much telling him once again, we don't know what's wrong. We're going to send you home with these new prescriptions, and you have to go home and stay home until your primary care provider can see you. And we left the hospital, the ER that day, and he was barely able to walk. I had to hold him pretty much to walk him out of the hospital and into the car, and back into the house. And at that time, you're really confused because you see someone that you love and they're so sick and they're sending them back home. It just doesn't make sense. So.
And this is COVID, obviously. Do you think that's part of the reason why you weren't able to stay in the hospital?
That could be a reason, since they couldn't really figure out what was wrong with him. Maybe they're like, oh, it might might not be something so serious, you know, it'll probably go away in a few days, so.
Did they tell Adir to follow up with his primary care provider?
Yeah, so after that, we went home and we made the appointment with his primary care provider, and they couldn't see him for another week.
And it was several days later before you could get into your primary care provider?
A whole
Or
week.
Adir could?
Yeah, that was about a week, yeah.
So the next point on the timeline is November 4th, 2020. And Adir goes to his primary care provider appointment.
It felt like a week, I'm sorry, it looks like it was only 3 days, but it felt like forever.
I understand. And during that time, while you're waiting for the primary care provider, what was Adir's condition like?
He was getting worse as the time was going by. He was getting delusional and was losing all ability to walk. It was, when he first came out of the emergency room, he was still kind of able to stand, and I was able to, you know, help him walk along, but as the time went by at home, he couldn't even walk to the bathroom or, you know, do anything on his own. He couldn't feed himself at that time. Was barely able to have conversations or say anything. He was mostly sleeping and in and out of it, and it was just very worrisome. You know, you have no idea what's wrong, and he was still throwing up a lot at the time, and just really sick.
How are you feeling at this time?
Really worried. I'm also not feeling that great at that time, but I'm not as bad as he is in that moment.
And while you're waiting for the primary care physician appointment, are you both continuing to drink real water?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about what happened and what occurred when you took Adir to his primary care provider?
So his mom and I had to help him down the stairs and into the car because he had no ability to walk on his own. And once we got to the doctor, they came out with a wheelchair and were able to help us inside. And since it's COVID, his mom and I can't go in together. It can only be one of us. So I'm back there with him, and he's barely able to talk to the doctor and tell the doctor how he's feeling. So his condition is so bad, like he's like, you know, he can't even sit up straight. Like he's completely drooped over and can barely speak and not looking anywhere near healthy. And they called the paramedics, and the ambulance came, and the paramedics were actually the first people to say that he was jaundiced and that it looked like it had to do something with the liver.
So did the primary care physician in Adir's condition say he could not treat him?
Yeah, there was no way because he couldn't even communicate. So at that point, he said it was an emergency for him to go to the hospital right away.
Shane, can we pull up Exhibit 191, page 7, please? And this is the ambulance care report. And this, they picked him up, he was in the wheelchair, under narrative at the bottom. Very lethargic, couldn't answer questions. Is this an accurate description of Adir's condition at this time?
Yes.
Were you scared?
Absolutely. Never seen him sick like that. We're really health conscious. Never seen him sick like that.
So they come, they load him in the ambulance, and what happens next?
So his mom and I follow the ambulance to the hospital, and then once we arrive, they rush him into the ER, and I'm there with him. And since his mom has a bit of a language barrier, I was the one communicating with his doctors most of the time.
So we're still on November 4th. Next point in the timeline, Adir's admitted to Spring Valley Hospital, correct?
Correct.
That is a different hospital than Southern Hills where he went to the first time. Is Spring Valley or Southern Hills closer to your house at this time?
Southern Hills was closer to us, but he went to Spring Valley because his primary care physician was closest to the hospital.
They took him to the hospital closest to where he was at that moment.
Yes.
Shane, can we pull up exhibit 191-0009? So they admit a deer on November 4th, and his assessment evaluation, his assessment plan here is altered mental status, hepatic encephalopathy, which the jury has heard about, and acute liver failure, correct?
Yes.
Is that what you understood he was going through at the hospital at this time?
Well, I knew about the altered mental status and I knew about the acute liver failure.
What about his elevated INR? We saw earlier that he had an INR above 5. Do you remember having any conversations with medical providers about that?
I'm sure I did. I don't remember the exact abbreviations.
Was the deer in bad shape at this time?
Very bad.
Were you able to stay with him overnight in the hospital?
No, I wasn't because of COVID at that time. Visitors had to leave by 9 p.m. It didn't matter how serious the case was or how bad the person needed someone to be there. It just wasn't allowed. And I was really afraid for a deer leaving him alone because he just had some kind of mistrust with doctors since forever. I don't know exactly why. And being in the hospital by himself, I knew that once he'd wake up and kind of be conscious of it, it would freak him out. And unfortunately, the next morning when I came, he was in very bad shape. He had woken up, I guess, in the middle of the night somehow and tried to rip off his IVs, and they ended up having to glove his hands so that he wouldn't hurt himself.
Can we pull up exhibit 216, please, Shane?
That's how I found him the next day, and he had blood on his shirt, he had blood in different places, and his hands were all wrapped like that, and I didn't understand what was going on, but they let me know.
Was he conscious at this time?
Barely. I can't remember if this was before or after he fell into the coma that he had.
During his hospitalization at Spring Valley between November 4th and November 9th, did a deer fall into a coma?
He did, and that's when they were talking about transferring him over to UCLA for a possible liver transplant. Thankfully, he woke up. Can't remember how long it took him to wake up. If it was a day, a couple days, but thankfully he woke up, and that's when they called off the transfer, thankfully.
Now, the next point in the timeline is November 9th, 2020, and a deer is discharged from the hospital after 6 days. His discharge diagnosis is acute liver failure. Can you tell the jury what was going on at this time?
I remember I picked him up from the hospital and took him home, and I remember we were really happy because he was able to take small steps by himself, and we felt like he was getting better.
So the next point in the timeline is November 12th, and you go back to ProCare with nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, dizziness, and bloating. Did you start to feel sick again after a deer was released from the hospital?
Yes, I think it's because we were back at the house and we were drinking water again.
And then you are sick enough to go to the doctor.
Yeah.
And then this is urgent care, correct?
Yes.
And then the next day, you yourself go to Spring Valley Hospital, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about how you were feeling when you went to the hospital on November 13th?
So that day, I remember Adir's mom was looking at me and she was telling me that I looked really bad, that I didn't look like I was in good shape. And I told her that I was really dizzy and that I didn't feel too good, but that I was probably fine. And I was mostly worried about him because he got super sick and obviously was in the hospital and in a coma and, all that stuff was going on. So I felt like whatever I was feeling couldn't be as bad as what he was going through. So I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but she convinced me to go. And I called my mom and I asked her to please take me to the emergency room because I was able to drive. So she took me in and I was admitted into the hospital.
Shane, can we please put up exhibit 191, page 15? Did they do blood work at the hospital?
Yes, they did a lot of tests.
And we see your ASTs 2,273, ALT 347, I think it peaked at 603. And then also you have a very elevated INR of 7.8, which is critical. Do you remember having discussions with the doctors about these test results?
Not exactly. When I was at the hospital, it felt like I was going downhill every day. Like I was kind of getting a little worse somehow. So a lot of stuff is really fuzzy.
Shane, can we put up exhibit 187, please? Carla, can you tell the jury what this picture shows?
I was trying to communicate with my friends. I couldn't look at my phone. Everything on my phone was really fuzzy, and I couldn't text, and I couldn't really see. I guess my vision, something was wrong with my vision, and so I was just trying to communicate because I was getting lots of messages, and I couldn't reply to everyone. So.
While you were in the hospital, did they tell you that you were suffering acute liver failure?
Yes.
What is going through your head at this point?
Well, I feel really sick, and I already saw my boyfriend in the hospital, so I'm thinking what's going on. Nobody knows what's going on with us. This is really scary. You feel like you can literally die. And I saw him so close to getting transferred and getting a transplant and all that. And, you never think it's the water you're drinking. Obviously, you're thinking, what could I have done to get myself so sick? What could we have done? Since it was both of us, it must have been something that we came into contact with if it's both of us, so you're just scared.
So, going back to our timeline, it's November 13th, 2020, you're hospitalized at Spring Valley Hospital. That same day, a deer is hospitalized again at Spring Valley.
Yeah.
Did you know that, was it a deer hospitalized at Spring Valley before or after you were hospitalized?
I believe it was after, because I can vaguely remember being already in the hospital when I found out that he was back.
Were you able to see a deer while you were both in the same hospital at the same time?
No, because we couldn't get out of bed, and we just weren't in the state to be walking around or really being pushed around either, and we were in different parts of the hospital.
Were you updated on his condition?
Yeah, somehow I was with either his mom or my mom. I think my mom went to go see him and try to talk to him. They told me that he was in pretty bad shape.
And after 4 days in the hospital, 4 more days in the hospital, a deer is released on November 16th, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Did you know when a deer was released from the second hospitalization?
Yeah, they were keeping me up to date.
You weren't able to go home yet, though?
No. They were having a really hard time stabilizing me. I was drinking real water when I was in the hospital. So I think that had something to do with it. Because we were getting our parents to bring us real water to the hospital. We thought it was better than the hospital water. So I think that's why my hospital stay was a little longer. And they were having issues just stabilizing us.
And how did COVID affect you while you were hospitalized?
Well, it affected me because nobody was able to stay with me overnight. And, my mom or whoever was with me had to leave by 9 p.m. And it just feels sad because, you know, you don't know what's gonna happen to you, you don't know what's gonna happen overnight. You know, they're waking you up all night, and I don't know, it's just very discomforting.
While you were in the hospital, did you have a liver biopsy done?
I did. I had a liver biopsy on the day that they were supposed to let me go, discharge me. But my liver biopsy was horrible in my experience. Mine hurt a lot. The moment that I felt like I guess the needle go in, it just felt like an elephant stepped on my ribs. And after that, it was really hard. The pain was unbearable. You could barely breathe. Like, you have to take very shallow breaths or else it hurts to talk. It was just, I would just cry by talking a little bit. You can't even move really. So it took me a while to leave the hospital because they had to give me more medication in order to sustain the pain. Couldn't get up from the bed.
And you were released from the hospital on November 20th,
Yes.
and your discharge diagnosis was acute liver failure.
Yes.
How were you feeling when you were released from the hospital?
I was in a lot of pain still because of the liver biopsy, and I still didn't feel very well. At the time, the pain of the liver biopsy completely took over any other feeling I could possibly remember. It took a while. It took a long while to recover from that.
What was Adir's condition at this time?
Adir, I believe he still had to get pushed in the wheelchair. He wasn't able to walk yet very well or drive. He got really swollen after being in the hospital. He wasn't able to wear regular shoes. He had to wear slippers only, and you know, was advised to sit most of the time with his feet elevated. And you know, he suffered a lot from neuropathy, and he couldn't do much with his hands. His hands would hurt him, and so he was kind of just not really able to do much. You know, his hands are neuropathic, and you know, his legs and feet are super swollen. He could barely walk. It would hurt him to walk. So that was pretty much what was going on with him.
And you were here for Dr. Hudson's testimony, correct?
Correct.
And you heard Dr. Hudson testify about how when the liver's not functioning, one of the things is that it can cause swelling, including swelling in the brain.
Yes.
And you saw that particularly with Adir.
Yeah, I could see the actual physical consequences of it.
Did you suffer the same or similar neuropathy or the tingling or numbness in your limbs or extremities?
For me, my hands, arms, legs would just fall asleep out of nowhere. That continued to happen to me pretty much up until last year. I don't remember if it has happened to me as much this year, but it happened to me a lot. And as well as these crazy headaches in my head, feeling like it's on fire, just really hot. Like, put any kind of ice thing and it just melts immediately. I don't know why. I don't know when exactly that started happening to me, but it lasted a long time.
And according to the records, after you were released from the hospital on November 20th, Adir continued to make multiple visits to the ER, correct?
Yes.
So even on the same day you're released from the hospital, Adir is going back into the hospital.
Yes.
And he's in there November 20th, November 21st, and then again back on November 22nd.
Yes.
He was in very bad shape.
Yeah, at that point, you know, since we had seen everything that had already happened, as soon as something got just a little too much, his parents would be like, ER, you know, no more waiting around. It's too dangerous.
And how long after you were released from the hospital on November 20th, 2020, were you still dealing with the lingering symptoms that you were experiencing?
Well, the fatigue, I don't even know if it's completely gone away. I don't feel like I'm the same person I was before what happened to me with real water. And I don't know if it's completely related or not. I have no idea, but I just don't feel the same when it comes to energy and you know, those weird, crazy headaches I was getting and that pain and like the numbness, it's just never happened to me before. I had never been to the hospital before this happened to me, so.
Can you tell the jury the last time that you went to a doctor related to these symptoms?
Yeah, so in 23 last year, I went to the ER at the end of March or beginning of April because my liver would hurt me sometimes, and it would just be like a really sharp pain, and most of the time I would just kind of try to brush it off and be like, oh, I don't know why it's hurting, because when you go to the doctor and they do like a blood test, they'll tell you, oh, you look great, you know, everything's fine, but then you don't feel fine, you don't feel like everything's great, and you know, if it doesn't show up on a test, then they can't help you, so, or if you don't explain it correctly, like to the T sometimes, they can't help you, or they can't, you know, put a finger on what it is exactly, so I went to the ER and they told me I was fine like usual, and I decided to go that day because the pain was just kind of incrementally getting worse, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna go. I went to urgent care first like usual. I don't like to go to the ER, you know, if it's not really an emergency. So I went to urgent care, and from urgent care they told me I had to go to the ER, so that's what I did.
And what was Adir's condition like dealing with his symptoms in the months after his hospitalization?
It was really hard. We really weren't able to have a normal life like we had prior to our injuries. We were just home most of the time because he was still in a lot of pain. Even in January, a few months after, for my birthday, we weren't really able to do much. Like, he couldn't really walk. It would just hurt too much, and the businesses just kind of went dormant because he worked a lot with his hands, and you know, he was the one who knew how to put these lights together and whatnot, and he wasn't able to do that anymore.
And what about his condition mentally or psychologically? How was he doing when you told him that?
He was not who he used to be. He was very grateful though to be alive. I remember him saying that it felt like we had a second chance at life. He would always say that, that it's a time to be grateful, but he just wasn't doing so well. Even in his like physical appearance, he didn't look the same. He got really skinny, and he just looked very fatigued, you could say, and drained.
You saw Dr. Hudson's testimony about your liver biopsy results and heard him talk about the permanent scarring, did you not?
Yes.
Is that tough to hear?
It is.
Do you worry about the future?
I do.
Do you intend to follow Dr. Hudson's recommendations about the future medical monitoring?
Yes.
And you're aware that the future psychological evaluations and treatment have been recommended for you. Is that something you think will help you in the future?
Yes, I think it's important.
Thank you, Carla. Those are all the questions I have.
All right. Cross-examination, Ms. O'Day.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just 1 second, I need to just want to refresh my recollection. Court's indulgence. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Moreno, thank you for coming today. I know this is very difficult for you. I'm sorry for what you went through. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry I had trouble hearing you, and so I didn't hear all of your testimony. What is your... Now they can't hear your testimony. What is your 5-month-old's name?
Zayd.
One more time, please.
Zayd.
Zayd?
Z-A-Y-D.
C-A-Y-E. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How's your child doing?
Really good. He's almost 6 months, teething, really big, 20 pounds.
Well, time goes fast, so enjoy every moment.
Yes, I'm trying.
So I just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. One of the things that Mr. Pepperman asked you about was future counseling that has been recommended for you and some of the other plaintiffs. Were you aware the cost of that was about $95,000?
In the span of my life or yearly or?
For you. Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
That's fine. And Real Water has admitted that it's responsible for that. Were you aware of that?
No, I am.
Okay, we wanted to make sure you were. In addition to medical monitoring, you've heard Dr. Hudson's testimony today about elastography.
Yes.
Did he explain it so you understood it, or?
I understood it. It's a new technology. Sounds way better than the liver biopsy.
It does sound better than liver biopsy. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. The cost of Adir's medical bills, was about $229,000. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that Real Water is responsible for that?
Yes.
And your medical bills were about $110,000, does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay. I know this has been a difficult process for you, and I appreciate you coming here today. Hopefully this helps you move on with your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
Nothing further from plaintiff, Your Honor.
okay. Thank you, sir. And you may sit down. No, thank you.
Your Honor, plaintiffs call Daniel Taylor to the stand.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Daniel Ryan Taylor, Daniel Taylor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. Is it your first time testifying in court?
Yes, it is.
You a little nervous?
A little bit.
All right, no worries. Let's go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury. Tell me a little bit about yourself.
My name is Daniel Taylor. I was born in Tallahassee, Florida. Grew up in Las Vegas since I was 6 months old, and I'm 46 years old.
And what do you do for work?
I'm self-employed as a mechanic, automotive mechanic.
And what are some of the things that you like to do for fun?
I like off-roading, snowboarding, scuba diving, everything kind of adventurous, outdoorsy.
So let's transition a little bit to why we're here. When do you recall first drinking real water?
2015, definitely 2015, definitely possibly a retail bottle or two before that. Definitely 2015 at least.
And what got you interested in the home delivery service?
The time came when I realized I wanted to drink healthier water, and I had asked my wife at the time to look into home delivery. I didn't know. She came to me and said, oh, they offer real water home delivery. And I was already kind of sold on the retail bottle, so I'm like, awesome, let's get it.
And going back to about late 2017, 2018 time period, at this time were you drinking real water?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yeah, going back to 2017 and 2018, were you drinking real water at that time?
Yes, I was.
And at what point did you not start feel well?
Mid to late 2017. I'm going to guess the fall of 2017.
And what kind of symptoms were you having?
I ended up having what I thought began as food poisoning. I was nauseous. It started after work one evening. I thought it was food poisoning, and then I had it the following day. And I don't remember if it was every single day, but it started to become constant, and I started to become worried. Every night after work, I became nauseous and or vomiting, and I didn't know why.
And taking us to kind of May of 2018. Was there a time when you went to the ER for your symptoms?
Yes, yes, and, I had symptoms of indigestion also at a point, nausea. I started getting really foggy and confused and had, little like flash twitches out of the corner of my eye, almost like minor hallucinations, and, the nausea still. I finally, for the first time in years, I went to quick care, concerned finally, kind of put my stubbornness aside, like, okay, I should see what's going on. And the doctor at the quick care told me my age, my symptoms. He actually thought it was something with my heart, which was very concerning. And he said, I'm going to check you into Mountain View, and you need to go to Mountain View so they can do some more tests.
And Shane, if we can put up exhibit 368, page 1, because I believe already admitted earlier today. And if we look at this, the date up there is 5/16 of 2018. Is that about what you recall?
Yes.
And it says here that you have a starry sky appearance on the liver. Although not limited, but it looks like acute hepatitis. Is that what you recall at that time period?
Starry, what? I didn't.
Starry sky appearance. It's on your screen too over there.
Honestly, I don't ever remember hearing or seeing that. That's kind of news to me. I don't remember seeing that information or being told that specifically.
So on the 16th, did you leave the hospital that day?
Yes, I did.
And what happened after that?
I left feeling a little alleviation from the nausea. I'm like, oh, okay. They put me on an IV, anti-nausea IV, so I left like, okay, I feel a little bit better. That evening, I went home, went back to work, working on vehicles. That evening, something happened with the vehicle that I kind of ended up damaging, and I realized my hands weren't working, my facilities, I didn't need to be working anymore. So I went inside and sat down, and immediately just started becoming extremely lethargic. I believe the nausea came on stronger, and I never felt like that. I felt like someone slipped me a bunch of sleeping pills all of a sudden. I just felt like all the energy was draining out of my body. And I remember I had to pick up my kids, I believe, from gymnastics. And on the way there, on the way back, I realized I shouldn't even be driving. I'm kind of swerving off the road. This is not good. So I ended up making other arrangements for them the next day, stayed home, didn't work, and just everything started getting worse and worse. And I think I made it another day or 2 days tops after that initial hospital visit. I woke up one morning and my wife, my girlfriend at the time, I called her and I told her I needed her to come over and bring me if she could bring me some Gatorade or something. I felt extremely, I don't know if it was electrolytes or dehydration also. I've been throwing up. When she came over, by the time she did, I told her I needed her to take me to the emergency room. I also noticed some yellowness in my eyes and my skin, and I felt like I was absolutely dying for sure.
And Shane, if we can pull up page 2 of exhibit 368, please. And here it looks like that was the 18th up at the top. And if we look at your ASTs and ALTs upon your presentation at the hospital, it looks like your AST was 3,034 and your ALTs were 803. I believe the INR is on the same page at 6.88, and I believe the ammonia level is on there as well, Shane, and it's 44. But and then if we switch to page number 3, looking at the very next day that you're in the hospital, your liver enzymes actually rose along with your INR, and your ASTs were 3,658 and your ALTs were 1,426. Do you see that there?
I do.
And then it looks like your INR rose actually to 8.8. I'm sorry, Shane, I lied, that's page 4, thank you. There we have it there, 8.08 in the middle. Was it your understanding that you were diagnosed with hepatic encephalopathy and acute liver failure?
The acute liver failure, yes, I wasn't aware of the other word that I keep having a hard time pronouncing, so I'm not gonna try.
Were you made aware of the need for a potential liver transplant?
I was.
And what did you understand of how serious the condition was?
Honestly, I was so consumed at first with still my daily routine and duties and customers and car, and I'm trying to handle everything, and then I think it really hit home. Well, then I'm hallucinating at that point, in and out of it, and then it finally hit home at some point. I don't remember if it was day 1, day 2, day 3, when I think my girlfriend at the time, and the doctors, they were basically asking me if I had a will, and I said, yeah, actually I do have a will, and they instructed my wife Josephine to go home and get it, which was obvious purposes. Obviously, that was serious, and that scared the heck out of me. It was either the same day or the next, right around there. Everything was very fuzzy around that time. My mother-in-law, my ex-wife's mother, she brought my children in, who were 9, I believe 9 and 13 at the time, to see me, and I could just distinctly kind of, see their reaction and tears, off to the side, and her kind of stunned look, and it was clear to me that, they were kind of almost coming to say goodbye to me, possibly, that that was the pretense that they were brought to the hospital for, was to most likely see me before I passed, so there was a high probability that I was going to. So it became clear at that point.
And when you were in the hospital, were you drinking real water?
No, I was not.
And so ultimately you were released from the hospital. Do you recall how long you stayed there?
I was in the hospital for 7 days.
And did the symptoms resolve after you were released?
I believe the critical level, I was told that my liver was kind of improving a little, coming back online, but I absolutely wasn't out of the woods, and I kept coming in for follow-ups. I was nauseous every day still. I still had a lot of the same symptoms, not to the extreme level that led me into the hospital. And then the nausea stuff, it lasted a long time. Initially, probably after a few weeks, definitely most of the tremors and kind of like hallucination stuff that subsided for a while.
When did you put the pieces together that rail water caused your injury?
In, I think it was 2021, my ex-wife sent me a text message asking me if I was still getting real water, because she didn't want the kids to be drinking it. And then she forwarded me some little snippet news story on it, and I watched that, and I was shocked, and it kind of, it came very clear at that point.
And you heard Dr. Hudson testify earlier. Are you committed to seeking the treatment that he recommended?
Absolutely.
And are you also committed to seeking the neuropsychological monitoring and treatment as well?
Yes, I am.
And one last question for you, Mr. Taylor. How are you doing today?
I'm pretty good.
Well, those are going to be my only questions for you, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Taylor. Just have a few questions for you, and we can get you off the stand here. You were in the hospital for 7 days in 2018?
7 days of 2018, yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry Real Water made you sick. I also understand that you've seen a specialist a couple times after you got out of the hospital for follow-up. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And they did other blood work on you and liver tests?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Has a doctor's never told you, let me back up. After you were released from the hospital, a doctor has never told you that you've had elevated liver tests again. Is that correct?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I assume in my follow-ups that I thought you were just mentioning, I mean, they were treating me, I mean, I had gone back to the ER with elevated levels of ammonia that I ended up discovering was because my liver wasn't functioning correctly. So I assumed there were blood tests that reflected that. And I don't remember specifically. I know it became a fight over elevated levels of ammonia, which is regulated by the liver. So I assume that I don't know the exact values, but I assume that they were high still.
And these were follow-up treatments in 2018, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you weren't admitted back to the hospital again?
No, not admitted, no.
Okay. So it's been about 6 years since you've needed any treatment?
Needed treatment, yeah, I follow up with my own personal doctor, but yeah, not his first treatment.
You're not going to the hospital and being
No.
admitted anymore? You're just
Correct.
kind of regular follow-up with primary care physician type stuff?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I understand your total medical bills are $197,347.04. Does that sound right to you?
That does sound correct.
Okay. Again, sorry Real Water made you ill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions, complaints, Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, wait, got a question. Have a seat, sir.
Oh, sorry.
You need a name. Thank you. All right, we have one question, sir, from juror number 5. Is that Mr. Christopher?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. And here's the question, quote, did your kids or girlfriend at the time drink real water?
Excellent question. Yes, both of my children and my girlfriend drank real water. I worked out in the sun as a mechanic at my own property at the time, and I've always been huge, like ridiculous into drinking water, the amounts that I drank. And so the more I worked, the more I drank, the more I'm out in the sun, the hotter it is. I mean, I'd be pounding water. So there were a couple times where my girlfriend sick as well. It was rare and it was weird, but yeah, everybody did.
And I guess just to follow up on the next question, and I don't know if you completely answered it, but the follow-up is, if so, did they also experience the symptoms you did?
Of course, in hindsight, we drive ourselves crazy wondering like which time was who having which symptoms and when. I'm sure there were various. Definitely a few times it stick out that my girlfriend and I, we would be sick together, and she jokes that it was like sympathy sickness because I was nauseous constantly, but there were a few days that we were both nauseous at the same time, so we were of course wondering, what is going on, what is this? Yes.
All right, any follow-up, counsel?
No follow-up from plaintiffs, Your Honor.
No follow-up.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, may we approach?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Ledoux on behalf of Real Water. Plaintiffs are going to play about a 15-minute clip of Anthony Randolph. Mr. Randolph is going to provide lay opinion testimony in our view of medical diagnoses and hearsay testimony about his neighbors, their hospitalization, their sickness, them becoming sick from drinking real water. The court's addressed this in pretrial motions. We're just renewing our objection.
There's one other thing, Joel. We have the cut. It's from Anthony Randolph's trial testimony in the Wren case. There is a brief shot of Judge Hardy in the cut. Shane is going to try to put the screen to black to avoid it, but it's right when he's giving the oath. So.
Shane said he could cover it up. That's why I came up.
Yeah.
Shane said
Is
he
it
put a little
taken
black
care of?
thing over him so he doesn't have to see Judge Hardy. You can hear
Did you get to see it? Maybe the two of us should just watch it real quick before we show
Okay,
it.
we'll take a look.
Thank you.
Better, it's better to be safe than sorry.
We agree.
Right?
We could call him your brother.
Judge, you want me to put on another plaintiff while they're doing that?
Whatever's easiest. I just want to see the.
We can just check it. It's like 10 seconds.
Easy takes to go ahead.
I appreciate the efficiency. I do.
Judge, why don't we go with my suggestion?
Okay, that's what we'll do, Mr. Kemp.
Plaintiffs are calling Will Hunter down, please.
All right.
Your Honor, may I be excused to work on that issue?
Yes, you may, of course.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May I have you state and spell your name for the record?
Hunter Brown, HUNTERBROW.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Mr. Brown. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Can you please start by introducing yourself to the jury?
Yeah, so I was born in Las Vegas in 1975. I went to high school here. I also went to UNLV. I have 3 older brothers. We're all about 2 years apart. I have 6 nieces and nephews. What else would you like to?
Your mother's here today, right?
Oh, and yes, this is my wonderful mother in the back over there that you see me with all week.
And turning to why we are here today, how did you first hear of Real Water?
So my mother actually made the decision to order the home delivery of Real Water. And we were also drinking the retail bottles. She made that decision based on, she liked the taste of the product, and she also had a phone conversation with someone at the Real Water Company, and they talked to her about the health benefits, and she was convinced to order the product.
And about how much real water were you drinking weekly?
A lot. I probably drank, maybe a gallon of water a day. I don't drink coffee, milk, orange juice, or soda. Water's really the only thing I drink, so I was drinking quite a bit on a daily basis.
And at what point did you start to not feel well?
So we started getting the home delivery the summer of 2018. And within a few weeks of drinking the product, I started to feel sick. I was nauseous, vomiting, very dizzy. I thought I had vertigo. I missed and severe fatigue. I was sleeping, all day long, basically. I missed maybe about a month of work. I went to a quick care, which they didn't really do much for me. They, go home, tell us, call us in a week if you're still feeling these symptoms. Then I went to my mother's doctor, and he did some blood work and then prescribed me with a liver supplement called milk thistle. And I started taking that, and I started to recover after that.
So do you remember what prompted you to go to the hospital come 2020?
Yeah, so then in early November of 2020, I started getting the same symptoms as I had gotten before. Only this time it was worse, more severe symptoms. And after being sick for about a week and not going to work, sleeping constantly, my mother, who had just been to the hospital 3 days before that, looked at me and saw that I had yellow eyes and yellow skin, and forced my dad to take me to the quick care because there was no way I could have driven myself. I was very confused. I would say that I also had what's been described as altered mental state. And so my dad took me to a quick care, and they did blood work on me and a liver scan, and then they called an ambulance and had me transferred over to St. Rose Hospital because the quick care did not have an MRI, and they said I needed an MRI, liver MRI. I was admitted into the hospital. They did several tests on me again. They did the MRI on me. They told me I had acute non-viral hepatitis and hepatic encephalopathy, the ammonia on the brain. I was there for about 3.5 days, and then I was not drinking real water in the hospital. I was getting an IV, and they were putting fluids into me, and I think slowly over those few days, my blood work was starting to improve, and I was starting to feel better. So they discharged me on the 18th or 19th, I think it was a Wednesday. I went home, and I got in bed, and I immediately started drinking from the real water 5-gallon jug that was in my bedroom right next to my bed. And then that was a Wednesday. The following Monday, they told me to follow up with my primary care physician. I got blood work at my doctor, and my ALT and AST were still high, very high.
So Hunter, first, can I pull up some of those medical records
Sure, of
from
course.
the November 2020 hospital stint? Shane, can you please pull up Trial Exhibit 156, page 1? So if you look right there at the document, right under General Chemistry, in the first column it lists the collection date as November 17, 2020. If you go down that 2017 column, it lists ALT at 789. Was that your understanding while you were in the hospital?
Yes.
And then if you go to the third column dated November 16, 2020, and you go down the column, the AST lists 488. Was this also your understanding?
Correct.
And then Shane, can you please pull trial exhibit 156, page 2? Do you see where it says INR?
Yes.
And what does that number read?
1.8.
Okay, perfect. And then did you go to the hospital again at any point after November 17th?
Yes, so after I went to my primary care doctor, within the next approximately 2 weeks, I went back to the quick care twice, and then to Summerlin Hospital on December 2nd. And if anything, over that time the symptoms had gotten worse. I lost 25 pounds.
Take your time.
So I got down to 120 pounds, which I haven't been since maybe junior high. Instead of sleeping all day long, I had insomnia. Maybe in a week, I slept about a half an hour total in a week. I can't tell you how that was maybe the toughest thing out of anything. My digestive system didn't work at all. I went from having really bad diarrhea earlier to having partial bowel blockage, to where I didn't go to the bathroom for 5 or 6 days. And when I finally did, it was the most painful experience of my whole life. I had to wear an adult diaper for several days and get rubber sheets on my bed, like I was like a baby or an infant or an 80-year-old or something. It was just like a nightmare that seemed like it was never going to end. And I was drinking, of course, all these times when I would go to the quick care at the hospital, they would give me an IV, and I would be drinking, wasn't drinking raw water, and then I would start to feel better, and then I would go right back home to my bed and the 5-gallon jug of real water, and you start drinking it again because you think that water is the best thing for you, and it's always going to make you better, and that's what I thought at the time.
And so when did you officially stop drinking real water?
My mom noticed that that it was not tasting the same, and that it was like a sour taste to it. So she canceled the home delivery in December. I think maybe we drank it through the rest of December, maybe a little bit in early January, but we started getting a different water delivered after that, and stopped drinking real water after that.
And after you stopped drinking the real water, did your symptoms seem to improve?
Yes, I went back to the doctor in January, and my ALT and AST had started to normalize at that point. As a precautionary measure, I was still going to the doctor in January, February, and March, after I had stopped drinking real water. But yes, after that, my blood work had started to look normal again.
And overall, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. It's tough to think that I'm gonna have to go to the doctor for 20 years and get monitored for the next 20 years, and it's not good to think that I drank a carcinogen for 2.5 years. And what's that gonna do to me 10 years from now, 20 years from now? So, other than that, I feel like I have some still have some cognitive symptoms. I forget people's names, and not just people who I just met the night before, but I'm talking, people that I've worked with for years. And I'll try to think of that person's name, and I can't think of their name. I feel like I'm not cognitively the same person that I was before.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Those are all of my questions for you today.
Thank you.
All right. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown. I just have a few questions for you. I want to start off and say I'm sorry that real water made you sick. And I want to briefly talk about your trip to St. Rose Hospital. There you discovered that you had elevated liver tests?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, at the time, I was so out of it that, I didn't know what they were, any of the diagnosis. I didn't know what any of it meant. I was, altered mental state, but sure, after that.
It was explained to you later?
It was explained to me after that, yes.
Okay, yeah. You also mentioned they wanted to take an MRI. That was to your abdominal region?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They also did an ultrasound?
If you tell me they did, I'm sure it's in the records, yes.
All right. The MRI, the results came back normal?
I'm not even sure. I know I did not have to get a liver biopsy. I know that.
You also had a CT scan of your head. Do you remember that coming back?
I don't remember them even doing it, but I've seen it in the medical records, yes.
Okay. You saw that came back normal as well?
Did it? Okay, if you say so.
And so you were discharged from St. Rose after a couple days?
Yeah, about 3.5 days.
Okay. And then I saw records from when you went to Summerlin Hospital about 2 weeks later.
December 2nd, yes.
December 2nd, okay, that sounds like what I saw. In there, I saw that your liver test results had significantly improved. Were you relieved to get those results?
I wasn't actually, that's the first time I'm hearing that. I was not aware of that.
Okay.
Because at that time, I still definitely had symptoms. That was probably the height of my weight loss. That was when I had reached 120 pounds and had all the same symptoms, and this was the height of my insomnia. Yeah, that was about the worst of it. I had bruises all up and down my arms from, I'd been to however many hospitals and doctor's offices at that point, so that I had given blood or had multiple IVs at that point and had bruises all up and down my arms, and I was 120 pounds and not looking or feeling like myself.
Okay. And you weren't admitted to Summerlin Hospital, correct?
So this was December 2nd, 2020, basically the height of COVID infections. They didn't have a bed for me. That's how many COVID patients they had there. They put me in the, basically in the, kind of the waiting area. They did give me an IV, which I was happy, in retrospect, the IV that they gave me was the fluids they gave me were flushing out the real water at that point, and that I'm sure helped me.
Okay, and you were discharged later that day?
Yes, I was there from around, I was there maybe 6-8 hours, something like that. And because they didn't have a bed for me, I didn't have a choice, so I basically had to go home.
Okay. And since your treatment in 2018, no doctor has told you since then that your liver tests have become elevated again, is that correct?
That's true.
Okay, and you haven't had any treatment since 2018?
As a preventative measure, I went to my primary care this last December and got some blood work done. But no, the doctor did not tell me that I needed any other treatment based on that.
Okay. And besides regular primary care, you know, yearly checkup type things, you haven't sought any treatment?
No, as a result of that blood work, I did have some other appointments in the last 12 months. I've seen that primary care doctor about 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
As a result of that blood work, but that's about it. Yes.
You haven't had any of the medical monitoring that Dr. Hudson testified about today, correct?
No, I'm definitely going to sign up for that elastography because I've been thinking based on the testimony I've heard all week that maybe I needed a liver biopsy, but I'm happy to hear that I don't have to do that because it sounds very painful. So yes, I'm definitely going to do the elastography.
Okay. And since you had treatment in 2018, is today the first time you ever heard about that scan?
Well, that was in 2020, actually.
I'm sorry?
You said 2018.
2018, I'm sorry.
It was in 2020.
You're right, 2020. My apologies. So since you had the treatment in 2020, you haven't heard of that scan that Dr. Hudson talked about today?
I had never heard of that medical procedure. No,
okay.
The elastography. Today was the first time I've ever heard of that. Yes.
Okay. But at some point you would like to try that out?
Yes. As soon as the trial's over, I'm going to call my primary care and try to schedule that.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I have for your total medical bills $98,753.36. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I thank you again. I'm sorry that real water made you sick. Please have a good afternoon.
All right, any redirect? Okay, thank you. You have one question? All right, sir, we do have one question from Mr. Carter. Your jury number is 7? Is it 7? All right, just want to make sure for the record. And we have one question. How long did it take for you to lose 25 pounds?
About 3 weeks. 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. Yeah, it was tough. And a couple months to gain it back.
Right, any follow-up?
Follow-up.
Okay. All right, sir, you're released.
Your Honor, the next witness would be Anthony Randolph by video, and I'm advised the video is 15, 16 minutes long.
All right, sir. That'll take us, that's perfect timing, right before 5.
18.
Okay.
Even more perfect.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is actually shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
Anthony Randolph, ABNTHON.
I'm advised one of the jury did use quick bathroom.
Oh, do we? Oh, ma'am, I apologize. I didn't see. No, you're fine. We have to take care of you. All right. You're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject matter connected with this trial, to read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, including without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media, and last but not least, not form or express any opinion on any subject connected with this trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And we can just take them to the men's room, ladies' room, and come straight back.
All rights for the jury.
All right, we'll just go off the record, and this will be a good time.
They took his deposition, so to speak. And I said, well, school's out, what do you want to do for the summer, And he goes, I want to get another operation, get more of my hair cut away, more normal. I'm thinking, wow, this this is his summer wish unit. Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are really tough kids. Yeah, yeah, those are tough.
All rise for the jury. Jury is all present and accounted for. You may be seated.
All right. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding we have one more witness. It's a short video of about 18 minutes. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? And then after that, we'll be done for the day. And it's my understanding we also have tomorrow off. Is that correct, Mr. Carter? All right. And we'll be back Thursday at 10:30. All right.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. State and spell your first and last name for the record.
Anthony Randolph, ANTHONYRANDOLPH.
Mr. Anthony, it's my understanding that you worked for Real Water.
I did.
It's my understanding that you worked for Real Water from approximately 2009 until, I believe, you were terminated in 2021.
Sounds like somewhere around there.
So you started out as a sales representative for Real Water, correct?
I did.
Okay. It's my understanding that you remained the sales representative for several years and then ultimately became a vice president of distribution. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, Mr. Randolph, do you recall a time when you began hearing problems with Real Water affecting people's health?
I got a phone call from, I was already, I wasn't with the company, but I got a phone call, I think from either Costco or one of the accounts. They called, trying to reach us to discuss whatever was going on.
Okay, do you remember the time that happened, a year, a month?
I stopped working on my birthday, so I know it was after February 5th.
Yes, sir.
And I think it is the year 2021.
That's exactly right.
So it was some in that time frame, March, April, I'm not sure, but between when you hit public information and after February 5th is when I received a phone call from one of the accounts, the large accounts, notifying us that they had have the product taken off their shelves and things of that nature.
Yes, sir. Well, let's take a step back, a few months back, actually. So, just to give the jury some context, February 5th, 2021, that's your birthday. That's when you're talking about the calls you received. And termination.
Right, that's when I was so-called terminated.
That's right. And I don't know why someone termination of your birthday, but that's
It was that type of relationship.
Yeah, fair. But if we take it a few months before then, okay, do you recall a time in the fall of 2020 when you became aware of a number of customer complaints?
Oh, yes.
Tell me what you recall about that time period in customer complaints.
The office had moved from West Desert Inn out to Henderson. So I would go out there. The bottled water, the ready-to-drink water, was actually being produced in Arizona at the time. And they had an office with a 5-gallon jugs that stayed here in Vegas. And I wouldn't go to Arizona, so I stayed here in Vegas. So I would frequent that office out in Henderson. And going down there, talking to the couple of people that were running the 5-gallon plant, they started telling me about, people calling, getting sick. And then I actually, had some family members that got sick. And then I just started kind of asking questions and putting things together myself.
Well, let's stop there for a second so the jury is on the same page. I believe this was in October. I'm using this based on your deposition, Mr. Randolph. If I make a mistake, please tell me, and if we need to, we can put the deposition back on the screen. Do you recall this being October of 2020?
When people were getting sick, I'm going to say it's October because if I'm not mistaken, my nephew was hospitalized in like the first week of November or something like that. The people that I personally knew got hospitalized in like the beginning of November.
So you recall your own nephew getting sick in sometime in October, November 2020?
Yes,
And he was drinking real water?
yes,
Do you remember anyone else in your family, your family circle that got sick?
yes.
Can you tell me who those were? And you don't need the name of them,
Oh,
but just talking about my
it
relation.
was my brother-in-law's best friend. He was hospitalized.
So you had two hospitalizations, one being your nephew and the other being your brother-in-law's best friend.
Yes,
And they both were drinking real water.
yes,
And did they have similar symptoms?
yes.
Okay, so this be vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, confusion, all those types of things?
Yeah, it was almost to the point where they were talking, was it a liver transplant? I don't know. They were hospitalized for 4 or 5 days each one.
And so all of this is coming to your attention, not only from your friend of a family member, but also your family in October 2020 period.
Beginning of November for sure. I think probably got sick, but I know they're hospitalized at the beginning of November.
Yes, sir. And while this is happening, are you also becoming aware of customer complaints from the public?
I became aware of customer complaints by way of the two or three gentlemen that still worked at the 5-gallon plant out in Henderson. They would tell me. I didn't speak to anyone else besides the owner's son who got sick. And then I found out some other people that we knew got sick, and I called on them as well to find out what was going on.
So at this point, you're hearing, you know personally 2 people, but you're also hearing of multiple other people
Yes,
getting sick.
yes.
So then, do you at some time form an opinion that the only similarity between these people would be real water?
Yeah, when I had a conversation with the owner's son, because I knew he was, became very ill, and it probably was in October, and I thought it was COVID, and they just didn't want anybody to know. But when my nephew and then another friend got sick, and then the phone calls that these guys were receiving in the office, then I asked the owner's son, his name was Blaine, I just said, I need to talk to you on a personal level. I know you were sick, can you tell me what happened? And he started describing everything that was going on, and it was identical to what my nephew and my brother-in-law best friend was experiencing. And so at that point, I told Blaine, I said, it's the water. I said, there's the only thing you guys have in common is you drink the water. Because even though my brother-in-law's best friend, comes around the family all the time, but he and my nephew don't really, they don't jive like that. They're a different age group, everything else. So at that point, I told Blaine, I said, you got to do a recall, man. There's something in the water. And that was probably beginning of November, something like that, middle of November, or whatever it was.
And so you were forthright enough to come to Blaine, man to man, and I guess employee or sort of employee to vice president, his owner's son, and have this conversation in confidence.
I did.
And at this point, you're laying it on the line.
I did.
And you have the epiphany. You have the realization that real water is the constant between all of these people.
I did.
And you tell him it is the water that's causing these sicknesses.
I did.
Did you tell him that your nephew was hospitalized?
I did.
Did you tell him that your brother-in-law's best friend was hospitalized?
I did.
Did he confide in you that he'd been hospitalized?
He did.
And despite all of that, along with the customer complaints you became aware of, let me stop right there. Did you inform him that you heard through your conversations with the employees at the Henderson location that customers were calling sick?
I did.
So you already got it all on the table for him.
I did.
And you gave him the opportunity to be reasonable by presenting him with the recall suggestion.
That was just my suggestion, yes.
And what did he say?
He said no, because I first thought it was the water, but then I'm trying to remember everything that he said, trying to justify that it wasn't water, and then I just told him, I said, Blank, listen, we're getting numerous phone calls, according to, I think the gentleman's name is Anthony as well. They're fielding so many phone calls of people complaining. I know people that got sick. You were sick. You guys don't know each other. So it has to be the water.
Yes.
and he just, I traced it back, it's not that many, he just kept trying to justify it, so I just left it alone. I thought I did my part and brought it up and went from there.
Now, this conversation happened sometime October, November 2020. Do you have a subsequent conversation with him again? Because you've told us already a little bit that you were getting calls from some of your retailers. Did you ever have a second conversation with Mr. Jones, Blake Jones, trying to again recommend doing a recall?
I can't say 100% yes or no. I don't recall. I remember that initial conversation because he, confided in me and told me what he was experiencing.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure, just because that became the talk. When you go to the office, that just became the talk of, what was going on. So I'm going to say possibly, but I can't tell you for sure that I had a direct conversation like I did in the beginning with him.
All right, let me see if I can refresh your recollection again by use of your deposition.
And then, was that conversation, Mr. Randolph, before you spoke to Mr. Jones and encouraged him to do a recall?
I don't recall the timing of it all, but it was in the same area, same time frame, because again, and I had numerous conversations with Blaine about doing a recall, and he wanted me to go into business with him or represent him selling the concentrate at the beginning of the year. And we had conversations about I didn't know how many people got sick. I knew to the degree of some. I know some personally, but I didn't, I had numerous conversations with Blaine, who kind of ran the 5-gallon plant.
Thank you very much. So does that refresh your recollection?
It actually does. Thank you for pointing.
So you, not only after having the first conversation requesting a recall, you had follow-up conversations with him, and you were using your words, numerous conversations, all the way into the beginning of the year, he still wouldn't do a recall.
Yeah, because we did talk about reminded me, he didn't want me to go out and sell the concentrate itself, so we had conversations about, obviously, the problems that were going on, as well as how could we do something going forward.
So let's think about this. You're having your nephew get sick, the best friend of your brother-in-law, people that you're hearing about through the operations at Henderson, and despite all of that, including him getting sick, Mr. Jones getting sick, he's still trying to push the concentrate.
Yes.
So, Mr. Randolph, later on, you start receiving calls in the beginning of the year from some of those retailers, correct?
Yeah, I remember one or two, maybe.
Okay. You remember, I believe you testified that Costco made a call, and others made a call. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And they're calling you because they're getting notifications of complaints from customers, correct?
I think when the first phone call I got was more of, hey, we received some notification that we have to, take this. It was somebody that I didn't normally speak with. It was more like in their compliance department, or I don't know what department they called me from.
Yes.
And at the time, I didn't work for the company, so I just referred them over to, I gave them the Brent's cell phone number.
And just to give you some more context, during your deposition, you indicated that you spoke to him in October, you spoke to him in November, and then I just gave you the portions talking about going into the beginning of the year. Do you recall sometime between November and the time they terminated you, February 5th, receiving those calls from your retailers? Just to put it in on my board.
I don't think I received a call from a retailer like Costco because I was no longer representing the company at that point. So I just, of course, answered the call and listened to what they had to say. And I didn't represent the company anymore and didn't care, but I just gave them the owner's cell phone number.
Well, I'm going to do you a service, Mr. Randolph. You actually did seem to care, despite what they did to you. I'm going to see if I can refresh your recollection on those calls in November and then beginning of the year. I'd like to show you Your deposition testimony, pages 152, line 3 through 154.
Fall of 2020, after Real Water moved out of Desert Inn, are you aware of a number of complaints that came in regarding people having symptoms from drinking water in the Vegas area?
It was brought to my attention in, I think, the end of October, beginning of November, that people, well, I knew some people that got sick, and I knew the owner's son was hospitalized at one point, and this is probably at the end of October, November. I thought maybe he had COVID, but then after speaking to some of the people that worked at the new location out in Henderson, and they told me they were getting a lot of complaints, I just started doing my own little looking into it, and I realized that it had to be the water because the people that I knew that got sick, they didn't know each other, and they had the same symptoms. And the one thing I did know that they did the same was drink real water. So I went to Blaine Jones, which was the owner's son, and I asked him to tell me what happened to him. I said, I know you're in the hospital, please, I'm not trying to get into your personal business, but what took place, what happened? And when he explained to me what happened, I told him right then and there, I said, Blaine, you must do a recall. The water is something in the water. I said, I know a couple of people now that have gotten back to me that have been sick with the exact same symptoms, and the only thing that you guys have in common is you drink the 5-gallon home jugs. You must do a recall. He refused. That was in November, and it wasn't until I think, again, I got a phone call from their new sales manager or VP of sales, or whoever it was. It was actually on my birthday, so it was February 5th of, if you're saying they closed in 2021, so that was February 5th of 21, that I received a phone call saying that, hey, we're going to terminate, your independent status. It was a 2-minute phone call. We left it at that. I was going to pursue whatever I had to pursue going forward. And then I remember getting a phone call from, I believe, Costco or Sprouts or Whole Foods, because although I let everybody know I was no longer with the company, I guess I still was down because I've talked to these people for so many years. And all of a sudden I got a call, I think it was Costco first, from their quality department. And that's how I found out what was going on. And then I let the young lady know, I don't remember who called me, but I let the young lady know that I no longer represent the company, and I gave her Brent Jones' cell phone number. And then when I got off the phone with that person, I got another call, and then another call, and then they just start coming in.
Does that refresh your recollection now, Mr. Randolph?
Yeah, I've been saying that.
And sir, despite your best efforts, Real Water didn't do a recall in October, November, December, January, February.
I don't think they agree.
Sure. If a recall was done, you would agree with me that the 5-gallon deliveries would have stopped being delivered.
I would think so, and doing a recall, yes.
Shelves, bottles would be taken off the shelves.
It wasn't, I couldn't say, it was the 5-gallon was not on the shelf. The 5 gallons was not sold at
I'm
retail.
talking about the Real Water shelves.
I mean, I don't know, because those are separate, so it could have, depending on how their crisis team would have dealt with it. The ready-to-drink product is sold totally separate from the 5-gallon jugs.
So, in terms of your crisis, what you're talking about, something would have happened.
I would guess that something would have happened.
Notification would have gone to the public.
I would suggest that, yes.
Where perhaps people would not have drank water that was getting other people sick, correct?
Definitely the 5-gallon jug.
All right. So we're done with the video, is that correct? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time to go. And anyway, remember, you're admonished not to converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this trial, or to read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial by any persons connected with this case, or by any medium of information, included without limitations, newspaper, television, radio, social media. Remember the prohibition. And last but not least, you're not to form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the cause is finally submitted to you. And so it's my understanding, counsel, I'm just going to double check Thursday at 10:30 in the morning, right?
Sounds great, Charles.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
Okay. Enjoy your day.
All right, so adjourned.
Ten 30, right?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Enjoy your evening.